Hello, and welcome once again to Roll the Bones. My name is Rob, and I'm joined once again by my wonderful friends, Mike, Matt, and Dom. And I think, by the looks of it, I can be heard. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Okay, good. Like, no one said anything, and I was like, well, that was a great start.
Imagine a slight delay, but yes, you can.
Matt was the only one that could hear you because he was listening to the stream.
I had to wait for the stream to catch up because there's a delay. It's all good.
Oh, of course. I just realised. There we go. I hadn't even got the right overlay on. What kind of shambles is this? So, that's really good to hear. Yes, unfortunately, we have a session last time that recorded, but without my audio. Probably a break for most people. But now we're back to normal, and I say that can be heard the immortal words. More relevant and more important than ever previously on D&D. Previously on the Roll the Bones. Go!
Even more pressure than normal to remember what happened a whole week
Remember
ago.
all the details, all of it!
Okay. Firstly, we started in a camp travelling to Bright Harbour, and it started with an old buddy of Ansel's appearing.
Yes.
That makes it sound like it's kind of like a human in nature, but no, this
An old
was
drinking buddy.
a weasel.
Yeah. Sort of functionally a weasel, essentially a weasel.
For all intents and
A sort
purposes,
of
another
weasel.
mysterious creature who's like a weasel, like Ansel, kind of looks human. I still have my suspicions, but yeah.
Yeah, so that was a weasel called Cry. Ansel's new little buddy.
Yeah.
So, we carried on travelling, right?
Yes.
You certainly did, and you travelled for some time knowing that you would be cutting it a little fine to arrive in Bright Harbour on time, for you knew you had a place to be. You had to be upon the rooftop, or near the rooftop of the Bronze Banner, to intercept a meeting between some Farsight agents. But before you arrived at the city, you were tempted by something.
A cave.
A cave.
Yes. A mysterious cave that was full to the brim with hobgoblins.
And
So,
lots of skeletons.
And what?
Skeletons, bodies.
Oh,
corpses.
yes.
Boom.
Yeah, corpses. So Silaster and Cry tried to sneak their way in. Unfortunately, Silaster mucked up the stealth check
Oh yeah.
and was almost immediately spotted at the first opportunity by the hobos.
And acted last in the initiative because he was that surprised.
Oops.
So
I
the
think it
hobgoblins
was
set upon us.
true to form for the group, really, wasn't it? Let's face it.
Absolutely.
Oh, totally, yeah.
Thus far, we have been a little bit. I don't know quite how to describe us. A bit haphazard.
Low rolling.
I don't know how to describe you either, to be honest.
Occasionally incompetent. Occasionally we have moments where we're awesome, and then we roll consistent like ones and twos for half an hour.
Yeah, it just seems to come in waves, doesn't it? We'll roll
It
like
does.
dog shit just for a little bit, and then it'll go back to normal. But
Yeah.
there'll be a section of the game where we're just playing awfully.
You'll forgive me, I was changing some sections, so I might have missed if you've already said it, but did you make mention of a particular detail about some of the remains that you found in this cave?
Not yet. The remains were organised a little too systematically to be random or be beast-like. So there was something weird with that. But we also found a spiked chain in a chest adorned with teeth and other bones.
Oh yeah, we did, didn't we? The teeth chain. Weird.
Still in the shed loot. And Silaster thought he heard or caught a glimmer of something vanishing further into the cave, and then we found a pool after the fight, but the pool was too deep, so that water level is another day eventually.
Yeah, we were like,
Silaster thinking he saw something but not quite catching it enough to Be certain.
Definitely some horror beneath the water there that we are not prepared for.
And you made mention of the teeth in the chain, but also, yeah, you're right, the remains were systematically arranged, but also there wasn't a single tooth in any skull. All the
Yes,
teeth were
yes,
missing.
that's right.
And that took a significant check as well. I can't remember who made it. I think someone was like, aha! There's something that... In fact, I think it was Obsidian, actually, because he used his profession, that's right,
Yes.
to tell about the deaths of certain these poor individuals that had fallen victim.
Yes, I am a professional bone looker.
Bone looker.
And yeah, absolutely. The teeth thing. The whole cave was a bit bizarre, a bit weird. We couldn't quite figure out what it was about. There was a bunch of clues to something creepy and unnatural, but we didn't.
But we had to let the mystery lie because we were now even more in a rush than we had been before.
Yeah.
So after a short rest for Silaster to do his yoga.
Oh, did we say we left one hobgoblin alive then?
Oh shit!
We
Yeah.
did. We left
Yeah.
one alive to spread.
He
the
ran
tale.
away, but considering
let
how cursed and shaken and sickened he was, the man, so how
It
long
was
he
gonna.
survived
It
in
was
the
gonna
wild.
wear off. It was gonna wear off not too long. After a few minutes.
It's
and
only a
would-
minute,
Yeah,
I suppose.
but it'd
But-
be a really shit minute.
it would be a really bad minute, and then he would be like, all right, but terrified of what he had witnessed.
I think
And
as
he
long
is
as he
gonna
didn't
go and
try and
spread the
climb
word.
anything, or jump over anything, or anything like that, or swim, he would probably be okay.
Absolutely.
But otherwise, he was definitely going to die.
Yeah. Oh, and I believe the hobgoblin encounter is where we got the name for the previous session, which was Sloppy Arachnids or Arachnidus Sloppy.
Arachnus sloppius, yeah.
A really
the
funny
si-
joke
the
lost
swarm.
Yeah.
The swarm of little spiders that decided they were going to come in and steal the kill from Silaster, dealing like, what is it, 3 points of damage, I think it was, is all they did.
It was
But
certainly
they-
not very much.
Oh, they slopped it. They were
And
my beautiful
But,
little
Rob
sloppers.
firmly claiming the Arachnus Sloppius joke as his own.
Yeah.
Oh, well, actually, yeah, I've just
I think it
realised that
was.
it was lost. No, I don't think. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. I don't
was
think it
it?
was. No. No, I'm pretty sure it was. I'm pretty sure Matt said it. But
I
I
think-
took
yeah.
it for the title.
Okay.
Dom was like, "This should be the title," and I just did it.
Didn't even check.
Didn't even check with
You're
anyone
like,
else.
yeah.
I was like, "That's the title." Yeah. So yeah, it was.
Much
It,
appreciated.
it was actually a fantastic. We're talking about sort of like the hit and miss sort of nature of your forays into battle, but that was a successful battle. They didn't really get underway. You're able
We
to.
did good.
You did
Some of
very
that
well.
fight, actually, we partook in without actually even being able to see most of them because we were around the corner. Silaster went in and got some combat on. I don't even know how many there were.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. After that, you then
After
rushed,
that,
trying to make good time, trying to get to
We rode all night.
Bright Harbour. You rode all night.
In the words of Orbison.
Silaster took his rest early, so then he could take the reins, so the other two could rest on the necro wagon, as you, rode all night towards Bright Harbour, and you discovered Bright Harbour, this very old settlement, influenced by many different cultures, being that it is a port settlement, and you had a bit of a to-do trying to get in at first.
oh yeah, there were loads of people. We sort of figured out that it was to do with hearsay. They weren't necessarily survivors, but they had all heard the story of what had happened at the gate.
I vaguely remember Obsidian leaning out of the cart and whispering to Silaster, "Charge through them," or something along those lines.
Ramming
And
speed.
Silaster's
Yeah,
like,
it was
"Oh,
basically
down."
rush the gate, go to the which we kind of did. We went straight to the front and demanded we were let in, and we basically were. We intimidate. I think it was intimidate.
Something like
Could
that.
have
wasn't
gone.
it? Yeah.
Well, I don't
It
think
could have
any
gone
of us
horribly
can
wrong, but I
activate
think
them.
I chose to intimidate the guard at the door, and it worked. We
I
got
think
lucky.
you intimidated him by threatening to go to his manager.
Yeah,
Basically.
I was
Karen
a
did.
I was a
Did
D&D
a Karen
Karen.
check.
Yes.
Um,
That's
once-
it. Obsidian takes his mask off and unveils that hairdo.
the fringe.
Up at the back in the fringe.
Yeah. Yeah. So once we got inside, there was sort of two things, really, wasn't there? There was, we heard the bardic town crier, who was a bard of songbirds.
Yeah, the Songbirds Guild is a bardic college, a bardic guild that effectively is like nationwide throughout the Three Kingdoms and the realms of the Dominion, and they spread the news effectively, they gave warning.
What was the exact wording? Because I feel like that was probably you probably put a bit of effort into that, and
I'm glad you asked.
Stream.
Beware of fires that spread from the gate. Watch out for strangers in the dark. Keep what is yours close, and don't wander late. And give heed to the warning we hark.
Very good.
Yeah, they seem to spread news and tidings like the wildfire that had spread from the feast of welcome. You were welcomed here, however, by an urchin who you thought at first was trying to take something from you, but was actually giving you a note from
the young boy.
Yes, from an associate who had stationed him there.
Urchin Tad.
Sneaking something, which we spotted that he was doing something. It was like, oh, don't be pinching.
Yes, Solasta assumed he was thieving, but
Solasta was going to reprimand him, and then Obsidian said, no, it's just a kid, and actually gave him gold. So you don't need to nick it. Here you go.
Ansel bought a wet fish.
He did buy a wet fish.
That's still in the shared loot, thank you very much. I didn't sell it, it's still there.
Yes, the fish. I mean, it's not been very long. We could cook that up for dinner. We got the note telling us to go to a particular address, which...
The street urchin was called Tad.
It was number 36.
I don't know why I wrote that down.
Shoreside Street. Oh, yeah, Tad. Tad the urchin sneaks note in bag. That's got that here. And we went to a note said 36 Shoreside Street, which it was D, right? Is that right? No.
Hey?
No, what's his name? S. Swiftstone.
Right, yes.
And
we didn't know.
we later found out that number 36 Shoreside Street was, in fact, the Crooked Nook. Which was a shithole, yeah.
Operations now.
A shithole we could return to, and that's important. Because that's where they meet. The
Court of Whistle.
Thank you. It's on the previous page.
Not going backwards. We also discovered that the Bronze Banners were actually a mercenary group, and they are both named after the Bronze Banners above their HQ, and their HQ is also named after the same.
Yes.
Which was fun.
And it was a very private sort of club, members only kind of thing. We weren't going to be allowed in. And
just two other things before we kind of went off with Swiftstone, because we met Swiftstone, and before we went off to the Bronze Banners, because we kind of just went, dumped our stuff there, and then was like, let's just go scout and wait. So we didn't really do anything else, but we did speak with him and a few others. We found out that the Bright Harbour was pretty much informed or knew, or you have to correct me if here, a philosopher / archaeologist by the name of Derek.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you did ask about that. He has information
Derek the intellectual,
about, sort of like the ancient ruins around these parts in regards to the Scar, I believe, is what you were asking about. So he has knowledge about that, and yeah.
And also we know that for bounties and the like, Portmaster Guard is probably the best person to speak to.
So actually, that was pull a name out of your ass moment there. I was desperately scrolling through my pages of notes and couldn't find his actual name. His name isn't Guard, it's Yawn.
Luckily, I write my notes in pencil.
So it's YHORN, Yawn.
It's a great name.
Oh, I wonder if that's a descriptor as well as a.
Yeah, he's bored all the time.
He's a very, very sleepy guy.
Very sleepy, yes. Yes.
But yes, that was the extra information we got before we head off to the bronze banners.
We also found out that Swiftstone. My note really looks like it says Swift Bloke now. I think I'm
Swift bloke. Well, he is.
writing too fast. He's willing to sacrifice anything for the Court of Whispers, including his life.
Yes, he something along the lines of saying he owed an awful lot to them. Yeah. Very good. Well listened. Very good. So yeah, after all that, then you did embark on a stakeout where the three of you were joined by Swiftstone in staking out the roof of the bronze banners. And then what happened?
We were beset.
No, we overheard them talking first. We discovered.
We did. But that was a trick. They knew we were there.
They were talking loud enough to lure us.
But we discovered that the guy's name was Scoundry, the OG agent.
Scoundry, that's right, yeah.
Scoundry, sorry.
No, it's alright. I only said it like once, so...
He had gone through a procedure of some sort to make his eyes the way they are.
Mm-hmm.
And they had seen him do incredible things in other bodies, which intrigued me so much that I put it in quotation marks.
Yes.
And we discovered that their names were Blaine and Welt.
That's right, Blaine and Welt. And it is Blaine and Welt who turn to face Silaster as he arrived upon the rooftop, because you just went for it.
Mm-hmm. And Silaster, well, they said, what do you think you'll do? And Silaster didn't really have a witty comeback. He was like,
I'm here to kill you.
I'm here to kill one of you and spare one of you. That was basically
something along the lines, wasn't it? Yeah, one of you's going to die, one of you...
Yeah. Just no.
And they said something along the lines of...
Straight to the point.
That they effectively knew that you were coming, and there's a good reason why they knew you were coming. And they also said because they knew they were coming, they had prepared for you, and the Dominion has very deep pockets. And that is when another mercenary group made themselves known.
The Blood Judges.
Blood Judges.
Awesome group.
Who, with some...
super judgy.
The super judgy and super bloody ability, which is in the book. It is super fun. They were launching blood-infused attacks upon you as the battle erupted.
Yeah, they were like nicking themselves, and then like blood fire would
so shooting through the blood, and also cutting themselves and striking with their weapons as well, to effectively giving them weapons of blood almost.
Yeah, gnarly.
Pretty gnarly.
It was a fairly intense fight, but actually I felt that we did okay.
Yeah.
In this one.
We didn't horrible moments. Did we have?
Not
I had
particularly.
an
No,
awesome
we
moment,
were.
and I double missed because I had that cloak of Child of Shadow stance. They missed me twice in a row, which was a turning point for me. I was like, yes, excellent.
I felt there was a really great momentum to that whole encounter. Actually, you all seemed to know what you were doing. I really enjoyed having those bridges appear, like that they pulled up from the roofs and dropped down so they could cross to you and stuff. Swiftstone revealed his own abilities as well. These blades being summoned into his hands from nowhere, blazing with the heat of forges almost.
Mike's little face, he's like, I know what class that is.
I do know what class that is. I've spoken to Rob about it, but
yes. Well, I mean, it's. I'm not trying to hide it. We kind of, you can probably guess what he is. Very, very cool class as well. But yes, you were joined in battle by Swiftstone, and eventually both the two Farsight agents and the Blood Judges, which you came to learn were only acolytes of the Blood Judges, were bested. Welt was slain. I believe Silaster ended up throwing him into the grasps of a giant skeleton.
Troll skeleton, yes.
Yes.
Owlbear skeleton. Sorry.
Owlbear skeleton.
Oh yeah.
And
made to look like a giant grieving widow.
yes. Yes.
Black robes and a beautiful veil.
And then Blaine, you subdued Silaster with an expert non-lethal unarmed strike to knock him out as the battle concluded. And it was literally as that battle concluded is where we concluded the session. And it is going to be shortly afterwards where we are going to pick back up as we continue Knights of the Apocalypse. So,
this is a great theme tune, isn't it?
it is
Creating
good
off the
fun.
top of our heads.
What number session is this? I feel like I missed out.
This
a
is
session.
number 6.
6, I thought. So.
And we begin session number 6. Also, Matthew, I'm paranoid. Can you just listen to see if I can be heard still? We begin this session back at the Crooked Nook. You had gone from the roof of the Bronze Banner with... was that a thumbs up or was that you pushing your glasses?
That's a thumbs up.
I'm so paranoid. Please keep checking it.
I'm trying to do it on the sly. This is very on the sly, Rob. You're getting a thumbs up. You can be.
It's all good. You don't have to be sly. So anyway, yes. You had stolen away into the darkness, and it's now it's now sort of it's in the middle of the night, probably like around midnight, maybe even a bit later. We'll say the early hours, and you had dragged this unconscious Farsight agent with you through the streets of Bright Harbour, and you arrive in the Crooked Nook. Swiftstone drags a chair from the main hall here and throws it into the storeroom where there are no windows, just cold stone. He takes what looks like a pair of masterwork manacles and attaches them to the man's wrists behind his back, and slams him into the chair. And he looks at you and he says, "We did it. We made it back. We got the bastard."
We did.
Yes, indeed.
Now what?
Now we get answers. And he just slaps the Farsight agent with a hard backhand. The man reels for a second before blinking and is awake again.
Oh man, this could get dark. It's torture.
Yeah.
Well, this is it. If you've got...
Call in the buxom wenches, like in Game of Thrones.
The buxom wench.
Yeah.
Right. He sort of like looks at you all, his eyes sort of like fall into focus, and he says nothing.
And just step a little bit closer. And
if I hit him with stuff, is he going to immediately get knocked out or pass out?
We'll say for the purposes of being struck, it's for intimidating purposes, not at lethal purposes.
I think we need to know what we actually want to ask him.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to talk to him immediately? Do you? You could always go away and decide what you want to ask him before he knows what you're going to ask.
I was before we woke him up, we said we just had a little conversation about what we actually want to ask
Yeah,
him,
all
so
right.
we
So
can
in
get
that
to it.
case, then he's still out for the count. We'll actually say then that you're in this room back here. Then, so we flash back then to from the point where Swiftstone strikes the man, and yeah, you're all arrayed around the table. What is it that you want to ask him? What do you want to know from an agent of the Dominion, an agent of Farsight?
Well, I suppose we want to know if they have anything to do with what came through the gate. If, like, they were involved, because we're actually not sure. Because that one guy stole the costumes wasn't necessarily one of the mummers.
Aye, but they've been sniffing around ruins like these before.
Yeah, so we need to know how involved they are. We don't even know. Maybe they're trying to stop it. Maybe that's why he was trying to sniff around ruins. Maybe they're also trying to stop what was coming through the gate, So we need to know how involved they are, how much they know about what happened at Brightgate. You guys think of anything else? Because
that's kind of the main thing. I guess what the next plans are maybe would be useful.
Yeah, like, what are their numbers? I guess, like, what kind of numbers are we to be dealing with?
What would you like to know, Swiftstone?
We need to know where more like him are and why they've been investigating these sites.
So perhaps something about their headquarters.
Aye, they must have cells somewhere on Thale.
Try and get him to give up his superiors.
Anyone. Aye.
Just, who do you work for?
Who sent you?
Who does number 2 work for? Okay, we can do that. We can certainly try and get him to give up his bosses.
And how do we want to go about doing that? Do we want to let him stew for a bit, or?
Yeah, I think there's a few decent intimidation tactics. I'm not really down with torturing anybody, and I really am not down for killing a prisoner. Just want to make that clear before we go in there.
If the roles were reversed, they would not show you the same mercy.
Absolutely, and that's what makes us the good guys.
Oh, aye. Is that what you are?
We're trying to be. Definitely trying to be. We come across as pretty scary and intimidating and unusual, but I like to think that we are the good guys. We don't just kill willy-nilly. We certainly don't kill bound, unarmed prisoners.
Anything else you want to ask him?
If he knows any good recipes that go with fish.
Oh yeah, we do have fish.
Yeah, we have a lovely fish. I'm
I'm
really not sure. I think that's basically what we want to know. We want to know, who are your superiors, where is your headquarters, and why have you been poking around ruins?
You're a quiet elf.
He's often quiet.
They're right. Nothing more to add to that. I'll listen. Best I don't speak.
Very well, let's ask him. We flash forward. Bam! Backhand wakes him up.
Okay. First, I will crouch down, so I just sort of crouch. And immediately, as a free action, the goggle kind of bits of the mask give off like a strange green smoky glow.
Ooh.
And I emit a fear aura.
Okay.
Can he please do a DC 17 will save?
That is a fail.
Lovely. So he is officially he's shaken. Now, obviously, that's for use in combat, but given that this is a a story situation, it's just he's scared. It's a fear thing. So I then
Can
say
I hit him before you say anything? I'd like to perform a full round action and hit him.
a full round action.
It's just because that will trigger something if I do that.
Sure thing. Why not?
Yeah, I'd like to hit him, please.
Yeah, you belt him really hard. Well, as hard as you want. What happens?
My dreadful rough hits, which means he needs to do a will DC of 16 or be shaken, and if you're shaken twice, you become frightened.
Nice.
You do, don't? Oh my goodness. What was the DC? Sorry, Ansel.
16.
That's a fail. He is frightened.
Nice. We are doubling up on the fear. These are our intimidation tactics. Fear
He's
them.
also at -2 to saves and checks because of that condition.
Yes, I remember now,
I'll also curse him as well, so that he's...
I probably should have looked at what shaken does before I said it, but I wasn't obviously using it in combat, so I didn't think about it.
No, that's fine. It's all to contribute to affecting his mind. So he sees this smoke sort of billowing from Obsidian's eyes.
I think it's just an otherworldly sense of undeath that I think is the fear aura that Obsidian emits.
And then he sort of like is looking at that, and then bam, he gets hit, and then he looks up to see Ansel. What does he see Ansel like?
So I think Ansel has it looks pretty weird for everyone else, but for the spy, I've immediately forgotten his name, Blaine. He sees Obsidian, and then Ansel just rises up from behind him and just backhands at him.
And he sort of hangs sort of slack in the chair for a second before he, with great effort, sort of leans back, and his eyes are certainly very wide as he beholds you each looming over him.
So I just
like
say
to throw a curse on top of that as well. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you mentioned So that means
will DC 16.
Will DC 16. It's the hat trick. He failed that as well.
Jeez.
Excellent.
Lovely
So
stuff.
he's now -4 for saves and checks and things like that. If
So
you're going to do anything further to him?
I don't. Definitely not going to do anything further. I don't feel I need to. Just say, so my friends and I are going to ask you some questions. We would very much appreciate if you would be honest with your answers. I would like it if you could leave here alive, but it is still up for debate.
You have me at a disadvantage. And he spits a welt of blood that slaps upon the cold stone. You seem to know a lot about us. You knew where we were going to be meeting. But I don't know your names.
You know everything you need to know. And in
you say
future...
you have us at a disadvantage, but you knew we were going to be there.
Yes. Yes, we did.
Interesting. How? By chance, did you know we were going to be there?
One of the mottos we share in Farsight. Always finish the job. Something you seem incapable of doing. Scoundrel survived. And here I sit.
Scoundrel survived. Interesting. I'm actually quite glad that he survived. I'd
We
like to see him
received
again.
word that his belongings containing some sensitive missives had vanished. Can only assume that there'd be someone waiting for our established meeting time. And here you are.
Sure enough.
Yeah. And you knew we were coming. And yet still, here you are.
Perhaps our
It doesn't
pockets could
bode
have
well
been
for your
deeper.
organization. I think you were perhaps a little underprepared.
You know nothing of my organization. If you did, you wouldn't be doing this. If you had sense, you would kill me.
The day isn't over.
I will accommodate your questions. I can't promise I will be able to answer them.
Why has your organization been taking such an interest in ruins of old, such as Brightgate?
I mean, they are part of our history. We have every right to investigate them.
Indeed, you do. You do.
I thought you were from elsewhere.
The Dominion, we rose from the ashes of the Empire. The exalted council that rule to this very day at Brightspire, well, they know that the High Overseer of the Dominion has as much claim to those ruins as they do. We share a lineage, no matter how hard they try and forget that.
It strikes me as a fair coincidence that one of your people was taking such a great interest in Brightgate on the very same day Brightgate became active and brought forth the horrors that it did.
Yes, we received report from Scoundry that there was an influx of magical activity connected with the gate.
But you and yours had nothing to do with its activation. No?
It's alright, my DM screen was there. You asked him if they had anything to do with the activation of the gate.
Yes.
Basically.
And why would we want to invite powers from unknown places to this realm?
I don't know. It was your
it's
man that
allies.
tried to kill us.
I've only heard
Perhaps the Dominion
rumors.
knew they were losing.
It is a slow battle, a steady battle, a long battle, but it will be a victorious one way or another.
I'm just not entirely sure I understand what it is you fight for.
Union.
Union.
Unity. Order. The Dominion wishes to recapture what was once a common truth of Main Realm. An empire that oversaw a united realm of prosperity. Now there is only chaos in the name of so-called freedom.
Right.
Interesting.
Sounds like a thirst for power to me.
And how is it that we do not know that it is the Court of Whispers and the forces of the Free Kingdoms that aren't trying to harness the power of these gates? For there are many spread across this realm, indeed many spread across this world.
I mean, that is a good question.
So I drifted Stone to see what his reaction to that was.
As blank as you like, but you can perform a sense motive if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I imagine he's got a pretty good poker face, but
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Nope.
Well, neither of us are very good at reading people. Maybe because we're very weird people.
We just don't understand them.
Not really, no.
13 again.
13 was the highest.
Not really focused.
As stony as the hewn valley of the Undercroft, he just doesn't give away anything. He's just staring quietly, listening to your questions. You see the dwarf, he says nothing, but it's true. The Dominion would do anything for victory, and so would the Court of Whispers.
So you're saying they're both as bad as each other?
They're not so different.
Much is risked in war.
True.
What do you know of the creatures that came through the gate? What do you know of the Githyanki?
I had heard rumours of some beast or beasts or other involved with the Feast of Welcome. All manner of creatures, different guises.
That would be Savage Doom, I believe.
I've heard the name, but I know nothing of them. And I know nothing of Githyanki. Been reading too many storybooks.
Storybooks have more truth in it than you'd think.
Yeah, the storybook that kicked our ass. Two opposing forces involved in a war, both claiming that they're the good guys, that what they fight for is the right thing. It's tiresome, to be honest, but at the moment I think that there is a greater enemy. What came through Brightgate did a lot of damage. And I think something very bad is on its way. Now, we don't have to be working against each other. Just give them the advantage. So, I mean, is there the slightest possibility that we could put differences aside and work against a common enemy?
You tell me.
I mean, I'm not entirely sure that you can give us that answer, but I think you know the people that can.
Peace is not an alternative that my seniors will consider easily.
We would like to give them the opportunity, though, nonetheless.
I will gladly send them a message.
Will you?
Swiftstone steps forward and says, if you don't know anything more about the gate, then you can tell us this. What cells have you in operation in Orenthale? We want locations. Names.
See, now, do we...
Quiet.
I feel like this guy could set us up some sort of meet with his leaders, right? To try and get a conversation going again against the common enemy, because that would be awesome to try and unite things a little bit against something we know is coming. But like, if we continue to push a line of questioning that forces him to tell us where his people are and all of that, rather than setting up a meet, it sends the wrong message. So I'm not sure that that's the best way Ew.
You may have the luxury of looking at the bigger picture, but we need progress here.
You're not going to make progress when you are squished under the foot of a powerful enemy, aren't you?
He's not but a giant cutthroat.
No,
He's
I'm
not in
not
the
talking about
position of
him.
brokering a peace between two of the mightiest forces of that main realm has ever seen.
Yes, I think we're talking to two of the lower rungs.
Ansel appears to have stumbled slightly.
Yes, I'm
No.
just going to reconnect.
Okay.
So while Ansel sort of like thinks about what he's going to say next, is there anything else that you want to ask this man? Like, he doesn't appear to be sort of... He's not trying to be too evasive. He knows that he's in a situation, clearly.
I will, whilst we're sort of thinking about what we're saying and whatever, I will get him some water.
Yeah, in fact, one of the barrels next to you is contains fresh water.
Offer him a drink.
He leans forward. And drinks. Be easier to do that if I had the use of my hands, you know. Don't push it. You're being offered a kindness that would not be something I would be doing for you.
Oh man, this is a tough one. This is a tough one.
We shall reconvene in a moment, Swiftstone says to the man in the chair. He says to Blaine, if I can have a word with you.
I think that's probably a good idea. just like umming and ahhing.
Yeah.
What to know?
And he's like, they're so unpredictable. What are they going to ask next? Yeah, you move to the other room, and literally as soon as you've gone in a way out of earshot, Swiftstone will turn to you and immediately say, I have the final call on this. While I appreciate your work in bringing him into tow, and your work at the Feast of Welcome, I have a job to do.
Speaking of jobs, we helped you out this night so far without any payments, so...
Yes, of course.
Technically we're independent agents. Just,
did you make a note of how much she promised you? Was it 300? I think it was 300 each, wasn't it?
I believe it was. Hang on, I think I wrote it down.
I'm not trying to shortchange you. I think it was 300 each.
300. Well, I've got 300 written. I thought that he'd given us 300 for the last one, but maybe that number is what he'd offered. I should,
let's
be more specific.
Yeah, I mean that's my bad. I should have remembered. Apologies. He will hand you each 300 gold pieces each. There we go. For a job well done. Also, I took this off him. You might find them useful. He hands you two items. One is a mysterious-looking vial with what appears to be a liquid that gleams with a light of its own. There's also a pair of braces there as well.
Braces. Ooh, yummy. Okay.
And we'll get to them in a moment, but now payment is out the way.
When you say you have the final say, what is it you're implying?
He's seen an awful lot.
He has. He hasn't seen where this place is.
He's seen
He
very little of
doesn't
us.
know that. And that one room.
He has knowledge of what happened at the Feast of Welcome.
Mm.
I imagine
True, but
up to his superiors.
I think
He'd
that's
be a very
probably.
good spy if he kept it to himself.
Mm.
After all, where is Scoundrel now?
Well, that's what concerns me. I've heard many rumours about how they operate over on Farsight. Not good.
Mm.
They have many strange abilities. Something in common with you. You have a very interesting blade appeared in your hand during the fight.
Aye, and it did so because of hard practice and training, not from strange magical experiments. That's what the rumour is. They experiment on their own kind.
Better their own kind than others.
Mm.
Well, the successful ones are done on their kind, put it that way.
Hey, look, I'm not necessarily saying that he is the good guy. What I am saying is we're trying to be.
And what am I going to tell the spy master of the Court of Whispers, eh? Am I going to say that I had a talking to from 3 work for hires?
No, you say that we beat a whole bunch of blood judges. We beat the bad guys, questioned one, found out a bit of information, not a massive amount, but I don't think he knows all that much. I mean, there's not much more that you can say. I think we did good,
You
really.
know that the Dominion weren't involved in summoning the Gith Empire here. That's something.
Absolutely.
Well, I can't let him go.
Prisoner of war, then.
There's nowhere in Bright Harbour that I would feel comfortable leaving him, so I would have to escort him to the capital.
Okay.
If you think that there is value in keeping him alive, if you think he could broker some agreement,
I think that could at least open a conversation, possibly. Will you believe us? They may not at the moment, but you believe us. The Githyanki, what happened, what came through the gate, you know there's something worse.
aye, I believe you.
And so, if that's the case, if there's going to be more of those Githyanki and only one of them battered us away like flies, then it's pretty
You
serious.
may be grateful
situation.
for an option at a later date, even if you don't take it yet.
Speaking of this Githyanki, you never told me. Where did he go?
To there was the castle, right? There was a castle.
Conduit?
So, to remind you, because yes, that was session 2, so a little while ago, he went to the convent, a great tower, originally built by the Bright Dynasty,
Yes.
which then became a place of reverence.
Which he boasted about that he would bring forth more of his kind, right? Did he said it?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
So we're fairly sure that it's not just him anymore.
You said the convent.
Perhaps.
He went in there, did he?
In the convent, yes.
Well, when you were away, I was doing a bit of research into it, and it's been around since the Second Age, so it's seen many different uses. Aye, it's a convent, but it became something different. The headquarters for a guild, or an order, is probably the more accurate descriptor. They were known as the Horizon Walkers.
I've heard that before.
A group of rangers, they say, walk in realms unknown to most. But if he's gone there, and you say that he was talking about bringing more of his kind through, then that will be a good place to look for ways to move between worlds.
I mean, as long as there's not a bunch of those Githyanki there, because then it's definitely not a good place to look for anything.
Presumably the convent isn't a portal like the others, it's just a place of knowledge.
I hate to ask, but if it is your wish that this man be left alive, then I have no choice but to take him to Valdanor. And if I'm doing that, then I'll have to ask upon your services again.
Okay.
You want us to go to the convent and see?
I know you said he was a deadly enemy, but that'll be the price. If you want this man to live,
then we all have to die.
More than deadly,
If he's gonna live, all three of you. Sure, why not?
In a matter of seconds, he wiped out all three of us.
I'm not saying engage whatever he is, Githyanki, whatever he is. I'm just saying we need to know more about what they're doing there. If it means opening more gates like that, and God knows what will come through. I can speak to him, and we can see if we can arrange some way of talking to the upper echelons of the Dominion. But I don't see my superiors looking very kindly upon it. But I will try. I
suppose if it's just going to look and not engage, that's something.
Find out whatever you can there. See what he was after. What he was looking for. Seems like he moved there with some purpose.
Presumably, if he went straight there, he's either holed up there, which should be fairly obvious if he is,
or long
and
gone.
if not, he'll have been long gone, exactly.
It depends how much time has passed. Depends what he was hoping to do.
We have two options then at the moment for our next move, don't we? There's the Father Wolf situation. They're clearly heavily involved with all of this.
Aye.
Meeting at the Scar.
Correct.
So we could certainly go there, which almost feels like it's on the way back up past to walk back up north, and then to the convent.
Yep, you cast your eyes over the map. As a quick reminder.
Oh, the convent right there. So yeah, to the Scar.
See if that's got any information, and then up to.
And then we cross the arrowhead and head to the convent. Sounds like a plan.
Yes.
And you're going to take this man to Valdemar.
Aye.
Do we trust him?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm just going to try a sense motive. I want to know if it looks to me like he's just going to off the guy the minute we... I have
The
no
second
idea.
we walk out the door, we just hear a
I
scream.
trust you. You're a dwarf.
Goes-
Goes... I...
22 on a sense motive.
He will look at your look that you give him, Silaster, and you see that even he isn't sure. And then and he will look at you and then say, "You might have noticed, but there aren't very many of my order working in this neck of the woods. Your help is very valuable. If it wasn't for you, there'd been no telling what had happened with the Bright Gate. I am grateful for what you have done. And so if it is your wish, he will live. I cannot promise that anything can be arranged with him, but he has knowledge. And he has knowledge of his leader. This scoundrel appears to be the leader, at least of the cell that operate in Orenthale. If you see him, though, you be careful.
We defeated him once, did we not?
You defeated him like that. Aye.
Interesting.
Mysterious. Yeah. We heard that he can take other bodies, right? Like, other forms.
There is a mysterious magical ability that the Dominion have instilled in their forces, known as Scrycraft.
Interesting.
Vision becomes a power unto itself. I don't know an awful lot about it, but there are rumours, put it that way.
Interesting. I do have a couple of other questions.
For him or for me?
For you.
Fire away.
How did everybody find out about what happened at Brightgate so quickly? We travelled here fairly swiftly. I don't think anybody could have moved much faster.
Something I've been thinking about as well. I mean, word does spread fast, and there's more of a direct route to the convent and Brightgate to here than there is to around the coast where it says that you've come from, but not by much. It's almost like someone's been feeding the fires of the stories that have been spoken of.
Perhaps somebody with to get spreading.
We've lost you again, Ansel.
Say again, Ansel.
Fuck.
Something.
I said perhaps somebody who has something. Go on.
To gain.
Yes, from Paddy.
You've gone frightfully jittery.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, I did try and connect.
Sorry, mate. I get the point, and you're absolutely right. Perhaps there is.
Down.
Yeah, perhaps there is. You're absolutely right. But to spread word of this, either in warning or perhaps it's gloating.
I hadn't quite considered that. That's definitely
Perhaps they want people to feel afraid.
Stability.
The savage doom you spoke of. You say they're going to meet at the Scar.
Well, we don't know that they're going to meet there. Like we didn't get like a date. They were going to meet at a certain point. We just know that that's an important place to them, and also supposedly where we might find someone called Father Wolf.
Well, now more than ever, it's probably a good thing that you speak with this Derek. I tried to meet him, as I mentioned to you before, but very particular about who he speaks to. Seemed to have my number, seemed to understand my my job role, so to speak.
I mean, yeah. Okay.
Perhaps he'll speak to you.
Then in that case, we should speak to him.
Aye.
And then we should make haste. And get to the Scar.
Yes.
Then I will have to promise you to compensate you for what you're about to do. But let me assure you, if you join me in the future, one day, in the capital, there you will be richly rewarded. I guarantee it.
Or we will be returning to the capital. I can promise you that.
The Court of Whispers serves at the pleasure of the Exalted Council, but that also means they serve at the pleasure of the rulers of the Three Kingdoms and old King Dectus, who reigns there. There can be a substantial reward for you if you do well. If you arrive in Valdenor, I shall find you.
That is the plan.
We'll see you in Valdenor.
Don't do anything stupid like dying or anything, eh?
Well, I mean, we'll try. We'll do our very best.
This safe house, it doesn't look like much, but it's shelter, and it's in a good position. You can use it as long as you want. It's yours now.
Thanks very much.
Just pay it forward if you can. It's
Pay it
prime
forward.
real estate right on the waterfront.
We could make a little Airbnb. Make some
Inside might not be very nice, but it's a lovely view. I think we should probably sleep here.
Well,
for
I'll
the
get
night
moving,
and
and I'll take
seek
our
out-
friend with us, unless you have anything else you want to ask him.
I think we're probably all interrogated out.
Very well. Until then,
If we need to get in contact with you, is there a easier route? If we're not, obviously we can come to Valdenor, but if we're not in that area,
you can send messages via birds. A messenger bird?
Send a raven. We
Send a
got you.
raven. Well, I was going to say raven, lest we infringe copyright. But
yeah, you're
ravens-
right. We should probably send something else, like a different,
Ravens
an
and
owl,
owls
maybe?
are taken.
Owl.
Yeah.
We'll send a rook.
Nice, send the rook. There we
we'll
go.
send a rook
Done.
your
Canon.
way.
That's canon. Messaging service in the realm is rooks.
Send a rook. It's
I'll
just
send a
similar
rook.
enough. Just similar enough.
I'll send a rook your way,
Cracking. Love it.
and you send the rook my way.
Indeed.
Is there anything you want me to send to Valdenor whilst I go?
No.
Very well. Gentlemen, it's an honour at least to call you an acquaintance. And he reaches out a stubby hand.
I'll shake his hand. Yeah.
Firm dwarven handshake.
I cause disease. No, I'm kidding.
Ansel will shake hands as well. His fingers wrap long around the
3 times.
yeah, like a snake.
Lovely spaghetti grip.
He's basically salad fingers at this point.
Oh God.
I might have to Yeah, I'll hopefully send word. But in the future, maybe I'll see you in the capital.
Fingers crossed.
And do send word with what you find at the convent.
Oh, we will.
Good luck.
He gives a nod, and he comes back out of the storeroom with the guy in tow. Gives one final sort of nod, and then disappears out into the darkness, and the door closes. So the Crooked Nook is now effectively your safe haven.
Save
We can level it up as we go, guys.
Yeah,
we
if
can
you want.
You can get some
as long as we're in
throws,
Bright
some
Harbour.
rugs, get
Yes.
some sofas in here.
So gonna do some decorating.
Got a bearskin rug, to be fair. Like,
It's
not-
fine. I don't mind.
So it's already kitted out like it's stock, so you've got quite a lot of supply here, particularly if you want to make a long journey. There'll be plenty of supply to aid you in that. Rudimentary weapons, but there's arrows, there's crossbow bolts, basic weapons, pretty much anything you need that would be basic and to hand, you can find here. And yeah,
Well,
beds at least.
Silaster, you've a fish to cook, my friend.
So because
Get
you've
your
leveled
butt in that kitchen. We're hungry.
the one fish. Well, we didn't see how big the fish was. Maybe it's a really
Oh
big fish.
man, it's like a full-on tuna fish. It's just enormous.
yeah, we've literally been carrying this thing above our heads the whole time.
Yeah. Takes 3. You know, throw some vegetables with it. Wait a minute, there's 2 more fish in the kitchen. I can see them.
Oh,
Look,
yes.
there's all sorts of food.
There's an odd stain in the kitchen. It is worth mentioning. There's like a big red stain on the floor. Yeah, this place
that
has
doesn't-
seen better days. Is there anything you want to do before you rest? And are you all resting, or are some of you staying up?
I think we're relatively secure here. Like, it is a safe haven, so let's test how safe the haven is.
We
Very
don't
well.
want
Just-
to leave anybody on watch.
Nah, we're all right.
Okay.
Have a bit of faith.
So, the morning arrives. You're able to rest. The sun is creeping over the horizon when all of a sudden there is an explosion of noise that comes from the front of the Crooked Nook. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Someone
at the
is
door.
slamming at the door. Bam, 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 bam.
Where is the front door?
Oh, sorry, yeah, so the front door is here.
Okay. So, Silaster, you go ahead and open the door, and I just ready a spell.
Bam, bam,
For
bam,
if
bam,
anyone
bam.
tries to come through the door that I don't like. Off to the side.
Let's open the door.
You open the door.
There's nothing there.
Oh shit!
Standing in front of you are 5 well-armed, well-armoured men. Carry spears and shining blades. They're not ready as if to attack, but definitely on show. Each of these individuals are adorned in fairly decent looking armor, and they each have a rather intense look about them. I say as I bring up my notes very quickly.
Yeah.
You took your sweet time, a man at the front says, bold, with a couple of days stubble on his face. A very
we should
broad
absolutely have thought more about how we open the door. This is meant to be a safe haven. We should have tried to make it look like we're just at home. Like, my hair is grey, my back is old, my knees are old and bent.
Celasta just mumbles like, sleeping, resting. Yeah.
I'm sure you are resting. And then he leans forward and says, are you taking the piss?
Who are you?
My name is Ruvold Croach, and I'm the leader of the Bronze Banners.
Oh.
And I'm sure you are getting a nice bit of rest in after making such a mess of our fucking roof. Can we come in? Thank you. He walks past you. The others follow him.
I'm just leaning against the wall.
Bit of a shithole you got here, isn't it?
You'll notice at this point, Celasta's eyes have changed slightly. There's a darkness that covers both his eyes, almost like smoke slightly is trickling out of both of his eyes.
Well, you'll be very glad to know that me and the boys here are here to do you a very big favour.
Have we come to put some carpet down?
Sadly, we're all out. But we do have a job. If you're interested.
Do tell.
See, we're not fans of the blood judges, and you seem to put them to quite a challenge last night.
Yeah, the blood judges, they weren't the friendliest of chaps.
No, and you've gone and pissed them off.
Gotta say, they pissed us off a little bit.
Well, it's going to cause some bother for us to have to deal with, you understand. You've put us in a bit of a predicament, what with the mess on our roof and all.
Terribly sorry, that certainly wasn't our intention.
Yeah, well, you didn't bloody think about it, did you?
Well, we didn't arrange the meeting place, unfortunately. Perhaps we would have chosen somewhere.
What meeting place? We having a fucking picnic up there?
It wasn't our meeting.
Right, well, that's little concern to me. I'm here to offer you a job because, well, you seem like a capable sort, and it'll get you out of our hair for a bit.
Marvellous. Okay. I mean, we're listening.
There's a shortage of justice in these parts. A lot of the City Watch have been drawn to the capital and then away to war. Mercenaries have been having a gold rush these past years. But even we have a shortage of expertise these days. So I'd offer you a job. A job which will pay you the standard rate. The rest of the coin you'd be owed will go to the expense of wiping Blood Judge off our roof.
What's the standard rate, just out of curiosity?
250 gold pieces.
Each.
Okay.
No, each.
Okay,
Each.
go on,
Each, he
tell
says,
us.
boys.
What's the job?
Bit of trouble over at Loth. It's a trading house. Sits upon the river. Trade barges move up and down the river from here to Bright Harbour. Very prosperous arrangement that old Tarleman has built for himself up there. From scratch with his lady wife. But now they say bandits have been plaguing them, blackmailing them, stealing from them, even holding up barges and straight up just taking all of their cargo straight off. And now they say that they're besieging them. Well, we at the Bronze Banners do our best to help out. But, we're busy with other duties now.
So you want us to go and take them out?
In our stead, aye. We're giving you the basic commission, we're getting the tip.
What's the tip?
You don't need to know that.
Well, depending on what it is, makes it more dangerous. It might make it less interesting for us to take.
We're just getting looked after for passing you the information. So go and speak to Tarleman up at Loth. You look at your map. You see Loth is there.
Oh wow. Okay, so it's a little bit of a trek.
Yeah.
Possibly out the way then.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah, trade post. It does well up there. It actually helps supply settlements all around that area.
Well, I mean, we've got things to think about, you know. We've got like travel expenses. I mean, we got to get armor kind of fixed and patched. I've got horses to shoe. 250. I'm just not sure that's going to cover it. Can I attempt some sort of charisma?
You certainly can. This man has dealt with a lot of people, so it's not going to be an easy one. But if you roll well,
No. I mean, this is straight up diplomacy, isn't it? And I don't have that really. It's either bluff or intimidate.
You can do bluff or diplomacy if you want. That's fine.
I mean,
try intimidate if you want.
I'll well. No, I don't really want to intimidate this guy because I don't think that would make enemies. But I'll use bluff in that I'll throw in a few extra like bits that we need to pay for and try and beef us up a little bit. Our reputation. We're some of the best. We don't get out of bed for less than 300. You know, so. I rolled a fucking 4. It was 15 on the bluff.
He'll sort of like narrow his
That's
eyes.
good as well.
And he'll say, travel expenses. All right then. But I expect a particularly thorough job. I don't want to hear any more about bandits troubling Loth up there.
Absolute
all right.
efficiency.
Very good. Now, they haven't heard from them in a little while, so how urgent you want to be is entirely down to your discretion.
I will make it the top of our priorities. They'll go there next. Right? I mean, it's up there, and then we can go from Loth
to the Scar.
Deal with that situation.
Yeah.
We have to come back to Bright Harbour, though, to get paid by this guy.
Well, if we've got to go to the convent, we've got to come back this way to get to Valdemar anyway. So it's a tangent. It's a small detour either way.
The convent's right up north again.
Yeah. So we've got to come back this way anyway.
Oh, so you want to do Loth, then the Scar, then the convent, then come back to Bright Harbour to get paid at the end of all.
Yeah. Right. We're not going to be buying anything on the way to the convent, are we?
And if they don't pay us the money because we're late, then we can claim our
Kill
money.
them all.
Exactly.
Yeah, we'll just do that thing that in every D&D game I've tried to do. We'll set fire to the building. Burn down the bronze. Because it's my favourite thing. It's an inn. Burn it down.
You're preaching to Caius here.
Hold on.
Yeah,
all those fires we were in. That wasn't Savage Doom after all.
It was me! It looked like a necromancer, but I'm not!
Pyromancer.
Well, I'm pleased that we could come to this arrangement. I could tell good work when it's done. You have to forgive me dropping by. I will keep this this place a secret.
See that you do.
Yeah, apparently we weren't very secretive when we came back here. They seem to know where our secret hideout is.
It wasn't your doing. I've had dealings with Swiftstone.
Oh God. Well, he overstated then how secret this place was. It's fine.
Well, glad we have an accord. I look forward to seeing you when you return.
And sorry about the mess.
Yeah, well, it took our steward a long time to even summon the courage to begin wiping what you left up there. And he sort of like has a faraway look for a second and then goes, "Weird world." And he gives you like a nod and then...
we did make a mess.
Goes, yeah, you did.
It's never really considered, is it? There's no like repercussions of the mess that we... I want to go back by the bay that we left covered in dead pirates.
That's a shout.
See
if
any
you have
local
like a
fishermen are going, oh my God.
You can have like a damage control, but for D&D, that'd be pretty great.
Oh my God, D&D, the cleanup crew.
The cleanup crew.
You just have to be the cleanup crew. Yeah, we'll do that as a one shot. You heard it here first, viewers. We're going to have a damage control for D&D. Ruvold Croach. I will put that in the chat. Croach.
Yeah, well, I'm interested to see if I've spelled it right. I've already written it down.
Croach, not
Nope.
Oh, I
Crunch.
close.
Crunch.
I had it right. It's a T instead of a K.
There's an E in his first name.
Crouch.
Oh, I didn't spell that right at all.
That's a K, not a C. Okay.
So,
That's an A, not an O.
C, not an N.
It's an A, not an O. I did that too. Revolve. Revolved.
So with that then, they vanish, the door closes behind them. It's early morning in Bright Harbour. Will you save speaking to Derek for another time? Or will you be going to the Scar? Do you want that information?
We need to speak to the portmaster.
You need to speak to York as well. Yeah.
And then I think we should speak to Derek before we go to the convent.
I think probably so. I think we need to be certain what we need to ask him. Like,
what's going on, man?
Yeah.
Tell us stuff.
So, need to find somebody who would be the best person to send reinforcements to Quarrel Quay, because we did say to
the portmaster would be that person, to be fair.
Yeah. So that's added onto the portmaster list. And also,
the reason for killing all those pirates was so that they didn't have to deal with that as well, right? So they had sort of more of a...
Yeah, so cash in, and yeah, just because we tallied up on just for the sake of Rob's tallying up earlier, a very quick pop to a merchant where we sell
all of our
which should hopefully take
we'll be
30
doing
seconds.
that.
Yeah.
I would like Obsidian wants to know, is there some sort of post office like
stuff is.
a rookery?
The rookery.
Where the rooks are.
Where the
because
rooks are, yes.
Basically, two things. One, Obsidian will go off on his own. He wants to make a thing of this, that he's going to leave you to... You go to the shop, sell the stuff. Obsidian wants to go to the post office. And two, the player is desperate for a wee, so we'll be stepping away from the screen ever so slightly for a moment.
Oh, okay, yeah, go ahead. Well, I was going to say we'll break... 9 like we usually do, but if you need to go,
no. I'm just going for a very quick way, and I'll be right back. If you two go and do something else, because Obsidian will genuinely go off on his own.
We'll divide in two then. So we'll stick with you guys, and then we'll go to Obsidian when he comes back. Then.
Oh, we forgot to say what the braces and the potion did.
Ah, great idea. Yeah. So they will we'll say. We'll say you just work it out.
Looks like a thing.
And I will bring that up now. So, first of all... we'll go for the vial first, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
This is a potion of possibility.
Ooh.
This is a one-time use, and when drunk, an orb of light will follow you around. like a guardian angel. This orb of light can force a reroll of any action decided by the roll of a d20. Player and enemy alike.
Ooh.
So it's D&D 5e, right?
Basically, yeah.
A floating orb of...
A floating orb of 5th edition.
Yeah.
Shared loot. Floating orb of fish. Okay.
I'll put it in the chat for you. Then there's the braces as well. Which very much is not 5th edition, but 3.5.
It's first edition.
It's first edition. No, it's these are called braces of opportunity.
Ooh.
And this will allow you to take advantage of opponents who let down their defenses. So whoever wears these effectively gains the combat reflexes feat. You gain a +2 competence bonus on any attack of opportunity you make while wearing these.
I feel like that might be one for you, Sinister.
Yeah.
And this is in continuous effect. It requires no activation or anything. But... Oh, well, no, it does. Sorry, to reiterate, it does require activation. So you activate these braces and you take the attack of opportunity granted to you by that opponent. It functions 2 times a day.
So essentially 2 extra attacks opportunity.
That's weirdly worded, that, isn't it? When you activate these braces, you can take an
Combat
opportunity
reflexes
attack
and just one
granted
extra.
to you. Does that give you 1 extra, does it?
Well, combat reflexes gives you your
Equal to your dex
the equivalent of
modifier.
your dexterity, yeah.
Right, okay. So we'll say, yeah, okay. But it also gives you a +2 to attack when you're making those attacks of opportunity.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gain a +2 competence bonus on any attack of opportunity, and yeah, you can activate them and get 2 extra attacks of opportunity that you wouldn't normally. So there you go.
Okay.
Cool.
I'll work on that wording later. I did just take it from the book, but that is rather confusingly written.
I will. I think I'll probably get most use out of that, so I'll put them on one of
by
these and
all
have
means,
the potion, and then we'll very quickly run to.
Yeah, so the shop. You are able to make your way to mainly a smith, I think. It's mainly weapons you're trying to sell, isn't it?
Yeah, and a wand, but well, save time. Just
Yeah, so you hawk them off. And you gain 1,400 and something, wasn't it? We decided? Or we worked out?
1,700 and something.
Which gives you how many gold pieces between the 3 of you?
582, was it?
582. Sounds good. So yeah,
Yeah.
add that to your gold totals then as you share out the loots for that.
Say that again.
Sweet.
Sorry, how much?
Was it 582?
582 gold from our selling of unneeded masterwork weapons and
Each.
stuff.
Yeah.
Oh wow, how much that be? 582. I'm over 1,000 finally.
Okay, so yeah, you sell off all of your stuff, and whilst Silaster and Ansel are doing that, Obsidian, what is it that you're doing? You've gone to the rookery.
Can I
This
send
is a-
Cry to follow him?
You certainly
Just to
can.
keep an eye.
Yeah, this is a thing actually, because I wanted to. If I send it, I was going to send it as a whisper, but if I do that, it comes up in the chat, which can then be seen by everybody on the stream. So I'll
You can just message me if you're more comfortable doing that.
Yeah.
It won't show on the
there.
stream because but you've got to make sure it comes to me, not DM screen. But just message me if you're
There's
more comfortable. Just
DM
messaging me. That's
Green
fine.
and DM Rob. Yeah, I'll just I'll message it straight to you because
Because
it's not.
DM
massive
Rob
deal.
will come through the actual chat.
Yeah, I'm sure that it will. It'll all come out eventually anyway. As to certain things, it's not a big deal, but
Okay.
It's a shame because obviously Cry can't read. And even if he could, he couldn't communicate what it said to me anyway. Cry's gone just to give me emotional reassurance.
Well, I think Cry would
Obsidian
only see
get into trouble.
where he goes and what he does, which is what Obsidian.
he goes to
Well,
the.
also, I still don't find out what that is because I can't communicate words with Cry. I can only communicate emotions.
Gotcha.
Okay. Well, it's not. Yeah, he just goes to the post office and he sends a letter by Rook.
Yeah. Okay. That'll
What
be a
emotions
gold
do I get
piece,
from
please, Obsidian.
I will take a gold piece off for that for sure.
Is that a Rook?
Great Rook sort of.
I don't know. I think that's what Rooks. They sound like that, right?
Sounds about right.
They
sounds
like
right.
Ravens, don't they?
I
Pretty much.
think they do. Yeah.
It sticks out its black, spindly leg, and you're able to tie your message to it. You put a gold piece in its pouch. It seems that the Rooks are the only people that work, the only things that work here. There doesn't appear to be a handler or anything.
It's actually run by the Rooks. I love it. I trust that.
Just
I trust
a,
them far more than people. That's a weird thing, man. You've made it run by animals, which means I have absolute faith in it now.
Yep,
It's
absolutely.
an animal-shaped druid in reality.
Maybe.
One of
Cry.
the Rooks is a druid.
Cry will sit there sort of like just on like a stump watching Obsidian, its black tail sort of wrapped around it, and just its brilliant eyes are sort of gleaming watching Obsidian as he goes about his business.
I mean, I would even say that Obsidian would try and spot, but I think it's very unlikely that I would be able to, and I don't think he'd even be looking.
Right.
He disappeared for a second there.
Yeah, it's what it is. I've worked out is when my other screen is inactive for a while, it just goes off. So, but that's fine. It's back.
Yeah.
Can I still be heard? Can I still be heard?
I literally just double checked the sound when you pop back in, and yes, you can.
Excellent. So you reconvene. It's only just the morning, really. Like you've literally just spent like an hour or so doing that. Bright Harbour is alive with activity, as it always is. The rushing sounds of the sea, people at work. It's yeah. It's a hell of a place to be.
What a life.
What a life.
Shall we visit the Portmaster first?
I think so.
Cross it off the list.
So you begin making your way, and after asking for maybe some instructions, you work out that the Portmaster is in effectively like a mustering hall at the heart of the settlement. You approach this building that has a vast gate that has clearly been fashioned from the broad side of a ship, with iron rungs on either side and two anchors that kind of frame it almost. After giving business, or your brief business, to the guards that you're here to claim your bounty of some kind, you're able to be ushered in, and it isn't long before a first voice, an advisor, speaks with this rather broad-looking man. He has great wispy mutton chops, and has effectively like a sailor's vest of tarnished leather, worn.
Does he have braces as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
Love it.
And he says, as I understand it, you're here because you want to collect a reward. I almost laughed when I heard that the sea snakes and their captain varieties have been brought to justice. It cannot be so. You've had... was it 6? He looks at his first voice, and the first voice does that. 7 people have come forth stating that they have brought these brigands to justice, and every time they do, a new word comes from them striking some helpless settlement or other. Are you wasting my time?
Certainly not. You could go and look at their base of operations yourself and see how it's been left.
And it'd be quite safe to do so as well. You're welcome.
Pulls from the bag of holding 2 things. He pulls out Anemone's head and just plops it on the floor, and then pulls out Variety's tricorn and kind of throws it on top of Anemone's head.
You took the serpents. He looked like he's in horror, like this massive snake's head. A few days old at this point, slams onto the floor. Anemone's dead, glittering eyes look up at Yorn, the portmaster, who looks at you in alarm and then says, "You took the Serpent's Cove? What company were you with?"
Oh shit, we haven't got a company name, have we? We should come up with a company name, guys.
You should certainly come up with a company name. Are you saying that it was just the 3 of you?
The Freaky Dickies. No.
The
Freaky Dickies.
The Freaky Dickies.
No, we don't have it, yeah.
That sounds like a wacky
3
racing
of us.
mobile.
That's a really good name for a company, the 3 of us. Then if anyone else joins us, we're buggered.
The 3 of you managed
We'd
this?
have to change all the signage and everything. Yep.
Extraordinary. Quite extraordinary. Well, this is the snake. The snake's head. And what of their captain? Varieties.
Well, he got dead. We escaped. I don't know. What actually of the captain, Silaster? The captain.
Which one was the
Silaster
captain
throws
again?
Obsidian a look, which is like, "You fucking idiot."
What do we do? I don't know. I don't know whether we're
Talk to me about this. Put on the spot, Silaster's going to attempt a bluff check.
Really? Oh god.
Yeah,
All right, fine.
we dealt with the captain, is what he's hoping to say, but this is what he actually says, depending on the roll. Oh,
-3.
even with a -3, he got 12.
Actually, not bad.
Actually, not bad at all. He is really quite extraordinary.
Okay, now I know what we're going with.
Now,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
might remember you took a little souvenir as well.
Hat, there it is.
Yeah, there you go. The hat gets plonked down as well.
Oh no, I put the hat on the snake's head. I
Oh,
put the
sorry,
head, and then
I missed
threw
that.
Oh, yeah, on
tricorn
the head of
onto
the snake.
snake's head.
Oh, it's on the head. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Apologies, I missed that. In that case, yeah, that will reinforce that then, because it was almost like an incredulous, like, really, like you got him, but I think with the hat as the added sort of like proof, he
Everyone knows that a pirate would never willingly give up their hat.
absolutely, and in awe, he
So, if we come across him again in the future, we'll make it not a lie. It's all good.
We dealt with the sea snakes.
He beckons his first voice over, who bears a heavy bag of gold. This carries a significant amount of coin, more than what means Swiftstone was able to get you. This is a man who is the leader of like the main point of trade in this part of Orenthale, and arguably the world, or the land, sorry. And you are given 2,000 gold pieces for your trouble.
Each?
No.
It's
that's every time. It's
No.
exactly 666 each.
Well, that's fitting because that comes from the job you did at Halloween. So there we go.
Isn't that actually ironic? It's technically 666.666667,
Okay.
but we'll just scrap off the decimal point and we'll take 666 each, and whatever is left over, because there will be a tiny bit left over, we should give that to charity.
You always round down in D&D, don't you? So that's fine.
Yeah, we're rounding down, but I just want it to be certain that the DM understands. £2 a month. We're earning.
Just go straight out. You
We're
don't
earning
see it.
good karma.
So, he says, well, if there's ever any cause for more bounties to be sought, I know who I will be asking. You must forgive me. I see many strangers arrive in Bright Harbour. It is
probably none quite as strange.
It comes with it being a port. Many ships arrive here, and many people from distant lands. But you three seem a strange bunch. He looks at you for a second, Ansel, and sees cry sort of like circle up your body and sort of like peer over your shoulder.
Ansel's going to be like, you see many strangers, and that's what we'll be from now on. The strangers.
Oh, I love it. Because we're both strange, and Silaster's like all secretive. I'm a stranger.
And odd. Yeah.
Totally fits. And he is a bit weird as well. You totally fit in.
That's such a
as
good
we know,
name.
the best way to name anything is the Optimus Prime way of just
That's what will be
from
from now on. Shippies. Oh, that's amazing. What a cool name. Oh my god, you couldn't ask for anything
really
better.
Good. Well done.
And you're all sort of quite weird and scary in your way, so it fits perfectly. Very well, he says, the strangers. I shall do well to remember it, and call for your aid should it ever be required again. Times are hard, and there are a lot of people afraid for their lives, but more company like you in this place, in this part of the world, will see us through. You'll always have seats at my table. If there's anything I can do,
I mean, all we could ask is that you bear us in mind for future work of a similar kind. We're always happy to take
Could
it.
you put us in touch with one Derek? Not architect. What am I trying to say?
I've got him as the intellectual.
yes, he's an archaeologist and a philosopher. Oh yes, I know of this. I know Derek. Yes, I know him relatively well, actually.
We agreed with Quarrelquay to see about sending reinforcements.
Shit.
Do that.
Yes,
We did actually, yeah. Quarrelquay is in a bit of danger.
Potentially.
I believe, Celeste, I think your microphone might be rubbing
I
on
think
your...
Silasty, your mic's rubbing. Yeah.
Yes.
Quarrelquay. Drumon. The elderman there. Did he send you?
Yes, actually, Dream. Of course, it was. Hang on a second. I should have actually remembered his name anyway.
That's off the top
Because
of
now
my
it
head.
makes it sound like we're lying, even though we're actually not.
Yeah, Drumon.
Sure, yeah, why not?
Yeah, Drumon. That sounds about right.
At least I'm pretty sure it was Drumon. I'm desperately looking through my notes. I do have a list of NPC names, but typically I can never find it when I'm...
Quarrel Quay, Elder Drumon. Thank you.
Yeah, Elder Drumon.
Elder Drumon sent us. Basically, some people were after us and his daughter and some other people that basically escaped a nasty situation, and we are worried that those people, we dealt with some of them, but we're worried that they might come back. So we were wondering if it might be possible to send some people to check on them.
Yes, well, I did send out a call offering shelter and defense to any within the region of the Arrowhead. But I know Drumon, and I should have counted on his stubbornness. Perhaps he is wise, for it is said that many people have been set upon on the road to Bright Harbour. I cannot send many, for we do not have many to spare, but I will send a contingent of the militia here to Quarrel Quay.
Thank you. They were, as you say, he may be stubborn, but they were good to us when we were there, so...
He is a good man. He does right by his family and by his people. He shall have our support. As for Derek, you mentioned, well, I have known of Derek. He has dwelled here for a good number of years. He is very wise and very odd.
Oh,
but
good.
he is a good man and he is knowledgeable. He will be able to provide you with a great deal of insight about many things about the Arrowhead. He has, certainly has more knowledge than most in this part of the world.
Awesome.
Though you could argue that's not saying much, but...
Sassy!
Kitty got claws.
But in the meantime, if there's nothing else, I have other things to attend to. There are plenty of people who have fled from the outlying settlements of the Arrowhead who now need shelter and support. I thank you for your service.
Sorry, did he tell us where to find Derek? He told us that he was very wise.
I actually, he's very wise at the end.
Yeah, Derek.
Off you go.
Very wise.
Off you go. He's very wise. Just like the wisest person here. He has a house. It's upon the it rests upon the very rocks of the settlement. His house is perched. In fact, if you look carefully and he sort of points out, and you can see where Bright Harbour is, sort of like in this vast cove, as you'd imagine a port settlement would be. But there is sort of like a crooked house that's sort of oddly balanced near the cliff's edge. Mm. That is Derek's house.
Seems perfectly safe and sensible place to live.
Yes.
I have one final question. Where did you hear of the troubles hitting the Arrowhead from?
The troubles?
Well, you offered shelter to all who needed it.
Well,
Presumably
yes, as you likely saw, many were cramming their way through the gates. The militia could barely handle the strain.
And why did they come here?
Well, there was some tack or other. Some mad cultists. So I hear. Some monster.
And where did you hear that from?
Well, I was sent word, my first voice, and he directs to his sort of councilman, who sort of then says, "Poor master."
And so like turns on the councilman, like,
but I took my report from the militia captain himself. He brought word from the gates. We received word that there had been an attack from some cultists.
just from people entering the city, not from.
Yes, well, we are still thinking how best to respond to this. First of all, we thought it'd be prudent to have all of those who have fled safely kept within the confines of the city. Then we can send out riders. Already a few have gone in search of this threat.
I see. Thanks.
Do you know something that we don't?
I mean, I suspect we know lots of things.
The cultists, I believe, are from a sect called the Savage Doom. Do you know of them?
It is a word that words that I've been hearing more and more lately. Yes, that is the cult, is it?
Yes, they wear the pelts of strange animals. At all times, you must watch out for anyone wearing a full costume of fur.
Sounds very strange, but
It is strange.
I will be on the lookout. Why do they wear those that garb?
Well, everyone's into their own kind of thing, you know, and you can't judge other people for their tastes.
Let's not kink shame.
Let's not be kink shaming. We're actually yet
I believe
to
it
figure
may be
that
something
out.
to do with getting in touch with their feral side, but
I can assure you we are on the case.
Well, I don't want to keep you any longer, but there is much that I must see to. But if I hear word myself, I will be sure to send reports your way. It seems that you are capable individuals. If you can take on the sea snakes, vicious pirates that my men have long been thwarted by, then there's no telling what else you might be capable of.
Your men have long been thought as the nets, right?
Right, the nets,
things.
yeah.
The nets!
We keep it's the nets. It's always with the nets with them.
Wicked. Oh, God.
Very well. Well, I wish you all the best, and send Derek my regards. He's been a reassuring presence, if a little odd one. And as you are ushered from the portmaster's mustering hall, you see sort of on the horizon the strange-looking house that appears to beckon you on, and that is where we will take a short break. So, for those of you watching live and out of that, thank you very much for joining us, and we will be back ever so shortly to see what happens next.
Dum, dum, dum.
Now we are, and we're back, and yeah, you're on the walk through Bright Harbour. Is it your intention to go and visit Derek?
I think so.
Okay.
I'll be honest with you guys. I'm not 100% sure I remember why we're visiting Derek.
Because we want to know more about the gates and stuff like that.
Oh, right.
An archaeologist who may know a bit more about it.
Right.
Is my understanding.
Yeah, in particular, the scar was what it was. You particularly sort of like directed to for him for, because you wanted to know more about that, the history of that. But yeah, basically ruins about the area, so that could include the gate as well. You arrive before some wrought iron gates. This area of town is far more secluded than the bustling noise of the centre. You're able to pass through, they're not locked, and begin walking up a long stone pathway, up some stone steps to the front door, made of very, very dark oak. There is a large wrought iron knocker.
Rat-a-tat-tat. Sorry, the physical cue and the sound effect didn't quite match.
No, it's all good. So there is a long pause, and then the door slowly creaks open. There stands an elderly man in old, dusty, close-fitting, well-tailored robes. That of a servant. And he says, "Can I help you?"
We are looking for Derek.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm sorry to say we don't have like an appointment or anything, but we're in need of his help. We're in need of his assistance.
We spoke to Portmaster Yorn and he sent us this way.
Well, this is most irregular. I'm looking for his name. Hang on.
That's okay. So are we.
And then a voice comes echoing from behind him. Barties!
Barties.
Do show our guests in. How rude of you to leave them waiting upon the doorstep. Send them through. Barties gives you sort of like a long, searching look before bowing and saying, "Master Redhaven will see you now." You enter the abode of Derek Redhaven, and it is a testament to the glory of older days. There are decorations that adorn a lavish abode, but fallen into disrepair. Dust sort of appears to hang in the air as you make your way through this place. And eventually, Barties leads you to a library. And there sits a rather eccentric, dishevelled looking individual with sort of black grey hair, swept back, a couple of days stubble, wearing a sort of almost like a smoking jacket, almost but like a robe version of a smoking jacket, brilliant maroon colour, and he says, "Please, come in. It has been so long since we've had any guests here. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Derek Redhaven. Though it seems that you already know that you were looking for me. Is that right?"
Yes.
Indeed.
I thought so. It's not often we have people come knocking here randomly. They're off-put by the outside of the house. It looks a little intimidating.
So precariously positioned.
Yes, somewhat. But I like to live on the edge, shall we say. Forgive a jest. I tell it to anyone who will listen. Well, what are you waiting for, Barties? Bring refreshments. Yes, sir. Barties gives a bow and vanishes into the dust-hanging environment of this place.
He doesn't do a very good job, does he, Barties?
Well, he
Not a cleaner, obviously.
he attends to my needs for the most part. He's
that sort of butler.
Oh God, no!
It does get very lonely up on the edge.
We need to know none of this. We are just, it's a man's private business.
Served my family for a very long time. It's a very, very, very faithful friend. How is it I can help?
It's very kind of you to see us. Allow us to introduce ourselves.
Please.
My name is Ansel.
A pleasure.
He nudges Obsidian and Silas next to him, both elbows at once. Okay. Go on.
I am Obsidian.
Ooh.
Celasta.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance. It has been too long since I have had the pleasure of communing with one of the fairer folk. You are of elven kind, if you forgive my pointing it out.
Correct. Yes.
Indeed, a pleasure. Well, you are a peculiar bunch. I hope you don't mind me saying. You don't appear to be of the ilk that I am used to seeing around Bright Harbour. Not that I get out much these
We
days.
don't mind being peculiar. It's kind of our whole angle, really. We are travelers, adventurers, I suppose one might call us.
Yes.
Warriors for good, truth, in the American way.
Love and...
Yeah. But but basically we are victims of a terrible crime committed against us.
What crime is this?
We were beaten savagely by a terrible being, and we would like to find said being, return the favor, or at least the means to do so. Also, the land is in danger, blah, 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 all of that as well. But mostly we were just a bit annoyed. We were present at Brightgate when everything went down. I assume you've heard. Everyone else seems to have heard.
You know about that awful business.
Well, we were there. We saw it happen. Some of it. We were asleep for some of it, to be fair.
Yes. It was quite terrifying.
Then it may be, and I note the description that you used for your beating. It may be that you have heard the name Savage Doom.
We have encountered Savage Doom on multiple occasions. Those irritating furries seem to want to attack us when we sleep. Yeah, they've tried to kill us a few times.
Have they indeed?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that is a name that goes back in these parts for a long time now.
Really?
Oh,
Well,
yes.
we are. I mean, we're trying to find out as much as we possibly can about Savage Doom. For
Do you know the name Father Wolf?
Now that is intriguing. Father Wolf, you say?
Mm.
Before I tell you, for it is a tale that I wish to prepare you for. What is it you hope to achieve by learning this? These are dangerous individuals, and if they've tried to kill you multiple times, I feel it's only responsible of me to err on the side of caution. If these people want to harm you, then why would you want to know more of them?
Because they've tried, they've failed, and now we wish to harm them right back.
I
You know
admire
what they
your
say,
spirit.
knowledge is half the battle.
You have come to the right place. And he gets very excited and he stands up and he rubs his hands and he says, "Come, come! Bartiz, where is that refreshment? Doddering old dolt."
Oh!
But like, he's obviously like not saying it
aggressively.
aggressively, but like more like just like because he's so excited and he just wants to be like a good guest. You could tell obviously he doesn't see many people. Like gets one of those big ladders that run along rails, pulls it along, boom, scampers up to the top of books and start the bookshelves and starts throwing down volumes at you. Make a reflex saving throw.
Roll for initiative.
No. Yeah, and then like he finds one volume, blows off like a curtain of dust from it, slides down, and says, yes, this is it. Now I know the tale off by heart, but I do like to check that my telling doesn't fall into the apocryphal, shall we say. Good stories do deserve embellishment, but I think it's important that you're in possession of the facts. So, Savage Doom. Yes, that is their name. And they were formed, some say hundreds of years ago, by jaded followers of Elona. Worshippers of nature. But they became disenfranchised, it is said, with the ways of that goddess of life. They saw how the world was changing about them. Indeed, if you can only look to the Arrowhead and see the flourishing port of Bright Harbour to show that the world was becoming more structured, more civilized. The power of humanoid empires encroaching upon nature, well, it made them angry. It made them savage. They believed the world belonged in this primal time. Before civilization, when hunger was the purest motivation. The hunt being the very purest driving force. And they abandoned their goddess of nature. And they were deprived their powers in doing so. Druidic gifts, you might call them. And so, they looked for a new power to worship, a power that arrived in answer to their prayers of hunger. They began to worship a wild figure of twisted lore, Father Wolf, a great beast that would commune with them. And their traditions and primal ideology have now survived throughout the generations, picked up by other generations, father to son, mother to daughter. And here they are still. Now, it seems that they've been quiet for a while, but it seems like this Feast of Welcome was a time that they had decided to strike once again, perhaps seeing some symbolic message in that celebration. They've been around a very long time. You have become enthralled in a cycle that has continued in this part of Orenthale for generations. That is the tale of Savage Doom. And if you can say one thing of them, they are true to their name.
Interesting. So this Father Wolf is more of a god figure rather than just the leader.
There is no doubt that there is some power to this figure, though whether God is the right word, well, it's not for me to say.
So they used to be... So... they were druids. They used to be druids. I hear that druids can take the form of animals. They now wear animal costumes as some vague mockery of their former selves, 'twould seem.
But also denotes the savagery that they wish to entail. They want to return the world to a time where only one thing mattered. Hunger.
Interesting. Do you know of the Gith Empire, the Githyanki?
I beg your pardon?
Do you know of the Gith?
I know what the learned know. Forgive me for patting my own back, but it's not a name you hear often. The Gith.
We hadn't heard it before.
Yeah.
I can't remember how long ago it was. 2 weeks ago?
Well, the stories say, as I'm sure you've already heard, that they are a powerful warrior race from another realm.
Well, we can lend proof to that claim, certainly.
It is odd, though. What connection is there with this... with the Gith? To your investigations of Savage Doom?
The Savage Doom seem to have summoned the Gith through the bright... I've forgotten what it's called. Bright... Gate, thank you.
Yes. Oh.
Some sick sacrifice at the Feast of Welcome.
The gate. So it did activate.
Oh, yes.
Yes, I know a thing or two about the ruins that dot the land of Main Realm. Yes.
We would like to know these things
Please
also.
tell us.
Well, it probably goes without saying that these gates did once lead to other places, many different places. Not just specific locations, as far as I understand. But then again, that's all stories and hearsay and legend.
Other realms, like...
Well, so they say, even if it's just fanciful musings.
I mean, I
Say for
probably
certain.
would have assumed that it was Fanciful Musings before we actually saw the gate open and witnessed the Githyanki stepping through it from apparently thin air. That has led me to believe a little more in things coming from other realms.
Yes.
Well, it is peculiar. They say that in times of legend, it would take a considerable amount of magical power to bring these ancient passageways into being again.
When you say magical power, do you think some form of sacrifice could be entailed?
Well, that is a dark place that you bring this conversation to.
Well, I only say so because Brightgate, the Festival of Welcome, most of its guests, I'd say 95% of its guests, were slaughtered.
So you're saying that they were slaughtered not just out of some madness, but to feed the gate?
Maybe. I know that blood sacrifice is something in dark magic, and it's possible that they were killed in order to activate this gate, summon forth the Githyanki.
It still would not be enough. Not to open it fully, surely.
Only
What
one
about
came
just the
through.
one?
There are stories about these gates, and they say that considerable power is required to open them, but if someone were to, for want of a better word, jerry-rig the process, then perhaps that is one way of doing it. It is said in actuality that great omens would signify the time when the gates would open.
Omens, like what?
Well, you could probably count on two hands the different kinds of omens that you've heard tell that herald some doom or other. For prophecy, there is only one place to seek.
The what's it called? Valley of the Prophet.
Or the heretic, depending on who you ask.
Indeed. Well, we did want to go there anyway at some point.
Well, hopefully you're able to get there. Is there anything else you would ask of me?
I think that's all we had to ask.
Is there anything else about the Arrowhead in general?
Well, they say that the original place of worship, where Savage Doom were once worshippers of Alona, was at a site not far from Bright Harbour, a place colloquially termed the Scar, a jutting escarpment that reaches out of a mountain. It's an old place of druidic worship, now a place of great evil. The remaining worshippers of Alona left there a long, long time ago. They now populate the seafront grove. I hear it is most pleasant there.
It is. It's lovely this time of year.
The seafront grove is the thing that Erin made reference to, who is a young cleric of Alona.
One final thing that I can think of. If you were a Githyanki, alone in the world, wanting to summon the rest of your kind, where would you go?
I would learn how to reunite with them. I I know what it's like to have lost family. As you can see, I'm rattling around in this old place, quite alone. I would do anything to reunite with my kind, and to restore what I felt was right. To leave a legacy. It's what we all could only dream for. But I fear the Gith is a far more direct player of this game. If what you say is quite true, we may as well be sharing folk stories at this time. But there is something about you that I cannot help but find earnest. I wish there was more I could offer you.
Do you know anything about the convent, its current inhabitants? Any reason why the Gith would be interested in it?
Well, the convent used to be a place of reverence for the place where the Bright Dynasty arrived upon this world. It's the reason why we know that gate is there in the first place, because of their arrival.
The Bright Dynasty is the...
Well, that is what they went on to be called. Yes, they are the Azamar, the Plain Touched. They went on to be known as the Bright Dynasty. I apologize. At that time, they were just the Azamar. And yes, they arrived at that very gate. Curious, the connection.
Yeah, it is. And we're struggling to make sense of the connection, but hopefully things will start to fall into place.
Yes. I have a feeling you might be right about that.
Well, unless either of you have anything further to ask, we shouldn't take up too much more of your time, Derek.
Perhaps in the future we may be able to contact you with information that we learn if you're interested in learning more, and possibly helping us to make sense of information that we come across in the future.
I would certainly be honored to receive any information. It is quite curious that this story that I've known for so long has now become the forefront of moving events these past days.
Well, we will endeavor to be in touch in the future.
Well, I hope to see you very soon.
Indeed, but I think that Ansel is right. We shouldn't take up any more of your time unless, Silastra, unless you have anything you want to add.
No.
You have, well, you've certainly made my day. I thank you for coming.
Thank you. So accommodating.
Yeah. Barty's never did come back with those drinks, though. I mean,
where the blazes
he's passed out in the cupboard.
Probably fallen asleep again. I shouldn't wonder. I shall have to go and find him. Ansel, Obsidian, Silastra. It has been a pleasure. And I leave you with a warning. They may seem peculiar, but do not underestimate Savage Doom. For there are few depths that hunger shall not cause you to sink to.
And that is why we wish to strike at them. Hit back, as it were.
your indulgence is tolerable for a human.
I'm sure you are aware, but DM, you are hidden behind the thing on the stream.
Oh, I am.
Your sound has not wavered, I assure you. I've checked, but your DM screen didn't.
Just your
Not
face.
the sound.
I just didn't want to interrupt. And you're back. Good stuff.
So, with that, he personally shows you to the door, but as it opens, he's already away, finding Barty's. I look forward to our next meeting. Goodbye.
As do we. I
And
have
good luck.
my empathy for your loss. However long ago it may have been.
He stops and he turns and he looks at you and he says, "Thank you." You are back onto the bustling streets of Bright Harbour. What do you want to do next?
I think we've done everything in
this
Bright
session of
Harbour
conversations,
that we
yes.
Yeah.
require. I think it's time to head to Loth.
Or shopping.
More shopping. Yeah, very good.
Shopping!
Celasta takes a look around and just gives a nod and says, "When next we come back."
Yes.
Yeah, I think we'll be coming back here.
Yeah. I just want to be. I want to spend all of my time with Derek. I think he's great.
No, I'm glad you met him. I was worried you were going to be like, well, we don't really need to.
You put Derek in a room with, I can't remember his name, the Mad Wizard from the first.
You
No,
forgot.
Sodbury.
Sodbury. You forgot.
Sodbury.
Sodbury. How dare you? Right.
The second greatest character ever created. Second only to Lottie Cobbler.
Lottie
Cobbler!
Wow. The high bar that is Lottie Cobbler. Right. That's a story for another time. So, is it your intention
Well, I'm
to just...
gonna go and get the horses
Okay, yep.
that have been stabled and deck them out ready for trip, ready for travel.
Yeah, we'll fill it up with food and stuff from the.
Yeah, I'll kick a bit of junk to side, kick a bit of junk to the side, and make a bit of space in the necro wagon.
Is this a body?
No bodies in the necro wagon. There's just it's all just junk. Just move stuff out of the way. Pay no attention to it. I just don't often get time to clear it out. That's all. Busy man. But yeah, set, ready to go.
Great, and
You guys
off
are?
you go then. You find it's far easier to leave Bright Harbour than it was to gain entry. The necro wagon trundles over the cobbled streets, and then with a great burst of speed, the two great steeds. Black Whisper?
Black Whisper. Yes.
Yep. And Mr. Nobby.
Mr. Nobby.
Begin to thunder you northeast. You follow the great rushing river as you begin your journey. Now, let's see. At a hard pace, you can make it in 2 days if you minimize stopping. Minimize stops rather, but it's up to you.
Seemed like it was not like a dire situation, but relatively pressing that we get there soon, because they were like holding the place. Right?
Well, yeah, they've been pressing upon it by accounts. Yeah, they've been definitely putting pressure on the settlement.
Let's go and
So Lester doesn't mind right
them out.
tonight, do you?
done it before.
So, away you go, and as per usual, as we travel, we're going to see if you have a safe journey or not. I have my dice out still. I put them away. We've been doing that much RP. Let's do it. And there's my table.
Draw your weapons.
Well, it's funny you say that. Do you want to? You bloody should have. Yeah, give me a spot check. Not going to be hard for one thing, going to be really hard for another thing, which is interesting.
Oh man, I should have put some points in there.
Okay. So Silaster got a 17.
8.
Hansel got 8.
And I got a 10, so yeah. Stupid mask.
Oh my goodness. So we move over. Let me quickly do this. You feel the horses instinctually kind of slow in their pace. Silaster, before you... Well, no, I'll tell you what you all see first of all. And I'll show you what you see as well. You come to a gully. As you've been making your way up the great rushing river towards Loth, you've been encountering these sort of subsidiary streams that join it as it comes down. Yeah, you see this gully, almost like a fracture in the land, about 30 foot. No, that's too deep. 20 foot deep. River runs through it, and a stout bridge runs across it. However, as Obsidian Ansel, you're sort of focusing on, oh, that bridge looks like something that would intimidate the horses, potentially. Silaster, you look beyond. What do your elven eyes see? You see that the hedges and the trees upon the far side of the bridge begin to move and shake. It is then unsettling for you to realise that before you stands not one, but 2 ogres. They each carry great clubs the size of small trees.
So they're ogres guarding a bridge, which I would expect trolls. It's nice to see stereotypes being broken.
Yeah, for sure. Also, if it was 2 trolls, it might be even more problematic for you.
Yeah, I mean, this is true. Trolls are pretty gnarly.
But with that said, roll initiative.
With my new, unfortunately lowered initiative, but
My
worth it.
boosted initiative.
Okay.
19.
9.
Oh,
But that's okay. I was expecting.
Me and Dom sharing scores again.
Friends share.
but Ansel goes second because the modifier. Gotcha. Oh, well, let's find out. But fair enough. Just realised I'm on the wrong screen. I'm always bloody doing that.
I really hope the music stays. This is
I
the
haven't
most
got to the music
chilled out.
yet.
No, leave it. It's the most chilled out ogre fight ever. Like
It's it's like
like-
juxtaposing the.
Yeah, for sure. I can.
action.
Yeah, in a filmic way, the action would be in slow motion with this music over the top, as Silaster ran forward and was horrifically slain before our eyes.
Why am I going slow?
Because it's me saying it.
I suppose true. Yeah. Before Obsidian gets crushed and joins me. Yes.
And Ansel runs away.
Matt, I'm going to ask you to check the stream because you won't be going first. Put it that way. These two ogres carrying these tree-like great clubs start lurching
Stream's fine.
towards the bridge, but they don't go first. Silaster.
Or Silaster will use a swift action, and you saw it briefly before in the Crooked Nook. But it looks like shadow is about to cover his body like it does when he moves, but it doesn't. It just goes into his eyes, and just through his eyes is darkness, and as if the shadow itself is coming from his eyes. So there was a darkness over his eye sockets.
Love it.
That is a swift action. For the remainder of my turn, Silaster just seems to refocus where he is. He shifts his stance slightly as he re-readies some of his maneuvers. Because I don't like the ones I prepared for this.
Very good. Okay. That was Silas's turn then. We move to Ansel. Ansel, you then look up from the Necrowagon and see these two hulking figures lurching towards the bridge. What do you do?
I'm going to move forward.
You
See if
step
that
onto the
gets me
bridge. It's sturdy. It's not a rickety wooden bridge. Feel confident on it. What do you do?
I am out of range. So I'm not going to move forward, actually, if that's all right, because that would put me in potential charging. Fancy that.
Understandable.
I don't think they could, because I think it'd be a bit awkward, but I also don't want to risk that. I'm gonna hold an Eldritch Blast for if one of those gets in range of me.
Okay. Anything else on your turn?
I
Just
don't
holding
think
the Eldritch
anything
Blast.
else I have is anywhere close to the range that they're currently at, so I will. Yeah, I'll finish up there.
Very good. Well, as you begin channeling your power, ready to deliver it, you may get the opportunity for the first ogre is now up. Sorry, Obsidian.
Don't apologise for my bad roll.
Can't. So it instead is going to get to there, and it's going to sort of like that one. Is that in range? No, he's just out of range. He basically has in his hand this massive tree club, but in the other he sort of produces what looks like a vicious looking javelin, but he's actually just shy of being in range for it. I guess he can take a minus for throwing it, can't he? He's out by 5 feet. What's the negative for that?
-2 per 5 feet.
He'll take -2 to the throw. He's going to do it. He's going to throw this javelin at you, Silaster. Any mischance at all?
No, different stance.
Okay,
So 18.
so he just hefts this javelin and throws it right at you, armor class.
18.
It's a 3 on the die. How do you evade this massive javelin as it slams towards you.
During this stance, because of the shadows over his eyes, everything to Ansel is black and white, very much like in Kill Bill in that big frenzy scene. But what does come into color, and which is brighter, is immediate dangers and weak spots on certain. So he can already see a few weak points on the ogres in front of him, but he can also see this bright javelin coming towards us. So it's much clearer for him just to kind of move out of the way and let it pass.
Oh my goodness, that's awesome. So it flies and slams and flies past you. Excellent stuff. It's the other one's turn. I think the other one is pretty much going to do exactly the same, to be honest. But this time, let's see. Ansel, what is your armor class?
17.
Takes a -2, because he is out of range. Possibly a fumble.
Ooh.
But not a fumble, so just a miss. The javelin, massive javelin, just soars just past you, slams probably into the bridge just in front of you, actually, because he was out of range and missed. Obsidian, it's your turn.
Lovely stuff. So I will hop off the cart I was driving. I will step forward and to the side.
Back and to the left.
Yeah. And then I will just, like this, push my hand forward, and a spectral hand will fly out of it over in this direction and start slapping. But that is just the spell. There's nothing I can do at the moment. So a spectral hand just whizzes over in their direction.
Do you need like a token for your spectral hand? Will that be helpful to you?
Well, not really. No, the thing
I won't get it this session, but next session or something.
It is a bit of a strange thing when a spectral hand. It is a thing. It is. You can see it. It has hit points, all of that stuff, but it doesn't have like a move distance. It can cover any distance on the map, like a spell, basically.
We'll get one for next time, but for now we'll just have to say what it is. Actually, let's see if I can find.
But when I summon it, I lose 4 hit points, so basically it's a bit of my spirit that goes out, and then when the spell ends, I get the hit points back.
Oh look!
Is there
It's
one?
a skelly hand.
It's a skelly hand. Oh, wicked! That's amazing.
Okay, controlled by Obsidian. Save. You should have control. Put it where you want.
Feeling control.
Amazing.
You're feeling control.
Whiz it forwards, and it will. It'll just be right up in his face.
Amazing.
I think that probably is helpful in that if they want to try and hit it,
Yeah.
then they
Sure.
can.
We're back to the top of the round. Actually, no, we're not. Silaster, can you give me a spot check, please? Not Silaster, sorry, Obsidian. I'm looking at the wrong counter. Obsidian, give us a spot check.
I can have a go. Oh, 19. I happen
as
to be
you've
looking
moved,
in the right direction.
you've moved, you've cast a spell, you're the only one that can get a glimpse, and something's moving underneath that bridge. We're back to the top of the round. Silaster.
Silaster doesn't know this. Silaster will trigger his cloak of deception, turning invisible. And then I don't know if I need to do like a balance check, but basically I'm going to charge, but on the actual railing. So not directly in front of them. I'm
That's
doing
going to
extra.
take a balance check, certainly.
Yeah. What's the DC, dare I ask?
DC 15. To run, sprint along that. DC 15. You're able to do it. It's fine. You surpass it, but yeah, you rush along the edge of the bridge. Then,
and as I get close enough, I deliver just a charged kind of. I do a bit of a spinning kick to his arm. That's
the one on the left. Oh yeah, I can see. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see where you'd moved to for a second.
Well, I don't need to know. Hang on. I'm going to make an attack on his flat-footed armor class.
Okay, by all means.
Oh, for God's sake.
That is
So
that doesn't hit.
No, yeah,
As you can imagine, flat-footed for him isn't really much of a muchness, so...
And a 2.
Yeah,
At least it wasn't a 1.
leap at him and you hit him, but it just bounces off his tough hide. This thing, now that you're up close, just looks like a weathered, like, rock with features just staring at you. Wiry, lank hair falls across its face as it looks at you with hungry, bestial eyes. Ansel, it's your turn.
I'm going to take a step forward, which puts me in range. And then I'm going to attempt a sickening blast upon the browner of the two ogres.
Okay.
20 to hit on his touch.
That is a hit.
Good. So he suffers. That is the wrong thing I'm typing in there. 5 points of damage. That's magic damage. And he needs to make a fortitude save. DC 15.
That 15 on the die, so that's a success.
Yeah. That's fine. I will follow that up, and I will attempt to curse him.
Okay.
Which is a will save of DC 16.
That is a failure.
He is cursed, so he is at -2 to attack, saves, checks, and weapon damage. And I'm also going to move Cry, because I don't want him to get eaten.
Yeah, he scurries behind you. Anything else on your turn, Ansel?
That's it. Thanks.
Cool. The ogre next to Silaster is just going to raise that massive tree-like club.
John Cena.
Whoom, and you can just feel the air moving around it as it sails down towards you.
I am invisible.
Oh, of course you are. Well, just say that then, rather than... yes, you are. No, that was my fault. I did forget. Okay, so he can't see you, actually, so he's like... He's just going to try and walk past you then, in that case, because he's not unconcerned and he doesn't know you're there. So, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Did you do anything?
No.
He's just going to use double movement to move towards you. He's tired of waiting. He just moves forward, but that will be his turn. Second one is going to attack the hand, I think. As it's floating there, he might as well.
Yeah.
So he's going to swing his great club at it. 23 to hit.
It's an armor class of at least 22, or uses my intelligence if it's higher. But so the armor class is 22, so it'll hit. But unless it's got an enchanted weapon, it'll just sail straight through it.
He doesn't have an enchanted weapon. It goes straight through. Like gives a disgruntled roar as he swipes for the
incorporeal
thing.
Baby.
Just is really annoyed about that. And sort of like will spend the rest of its turn swatting at it in a desperate bid to hit it. Obsidian, it's your turn.
It'll just buzz around him like a bug that he's trying to hit. I like the spectral hand is causing a bit of an upset at the moment and slowing it down, and I'm actually good with that. So what I will do, instead of using that to cast anything, I will use a level... Yeah, go on. Will I? No, I won't. I actually won't. I will try and do a touch attack. I was going to summon, but actually I'm not sure that it's entirely necessary right now.
Okay, range touch against the guy on the bridge. Yep.
So it will be, it'll be a standard melee touch, but using the spectral hand, which gets a bonus.
Oh, right, gotcha. Sorry, yeah, awesome. Go right ahead.
On his touch armor class. It's a 20 on his touch armor class.
Absolutely a hit on his touch.
Lovely. So we're just sticking with your standard. So I deliver a charnel touch, negative energy, and it sinks through him for max damage. 9 points of damage. 9 points of negative energy damage. It's just negative damage. It just touches him and goes, it's just not a very nice day, is it? Look at the weather. It's cloudy.
I'm so
God, it's such a waste of time.
Sucks, man. Getting older, responsibilities, guarding a bridge.
Your knees ache. My knees ache.
Oh.
His knees do ache because Lyke is drawn from him and he gives like a long groan. Not happy about that at all. Yes, not
just
happy about
gonna
that at all.
Step back here a little bit. Just
it is well.
Still in range.
Good. I mean, yeah. Are you? Is that the rest of your turn?
That's me. Yeah, cast, moved a little bit. I'm happy.
You were the only one that saw it, Obsidian. Something moving, and this is why a higher spot check was required
so I will
at the start. No, you just finished your turn.
I'll yell it to the group. Let's talk.
Too late.
I'm not trying to keep it sly because they're ogres. I don't think they're particularly bright. So I will yell. There's something else under the bridge.
And you're absolutely right. It uses its movement to pull itself up from under the little cave. I say little. The cave that's partially under the bridge, completely obscured. They don't need to be good at hiding. Just sit in a cave under a bridge. And that's exactly what this thing's done. It uses half of its movement to climb. And then is in reach of you. Obsidian, what is your armor class?
No.
You saw something.
15. I know, that's why I moved. I was hoping it wouldn't be able to get to me in this turn. I thought it was like more near the middle.
It brings down a brutish swing at you. It slams you hard. And this is gonna sting, my friend. So it's time for you to tense. Ooh.
Bench that butt.
Squeaky bum time.
That's 22 points of bludgeoning damage. Boom! As he rolls near max damage. Slams you.
Is bludgeon the thing you're not immune to as well?
No.
Ah, that's a relief.
Well, it's not, because I still took 20.
But that too could have made all the difference later.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild. It just rushes forward and it just swings, and you try and move out of the way, but just the sheer size of the brutish creature in front of you just slams you. And Mission Impossible 3 style, you're thrown sideways and you slam into the necro wagon and then slam onto the ground.
Jesus.
That was its turn. We're back to the top of the round. Xylasta, you hear a crash and you look behind you quickly and you see Obsidian get thrown by this one that's appeared out of nowhere.
Yeah, just a fountain of dirt just exploding up in the air. Obsidian, as he comes back from his cloak of deception, sees a flanking opportunity against the one in front of Ansel and does a charge attack off and down the bridge. So that would be charge plus flanking, so plus 13. Come on.
That's just you're just getting it as normal armor class because you're flanking. Yeah, that's a miss, unfortunately.
I rolled
Yeah.
another 2. That's
You
2
rush
twos in a
forward,
row.
and it's look, your just attack bonus is great, but sadly you just don't quite get through. You smash into him, but again, that thick hide is just what protects him, and he just looks behind you. This large creature, sort of like hefting this club. Anything else on your turn, Silaster?
That's it for the time being.
You are
One
made
more
visible
turn,
as well,
trying-
correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Ansel, you also hear this crash, but you're a bit busy with this behemoth before you. What do you do?
Ansel is going to swing his scythe around and attempt to hit the lumbering oaf. Does 21 hit?
21 does hit.
I'm a combat machine! Actually, that should have been 23, shouldn't it? Because of flanking.
Yeah.
You are flanking.
Yeah.
6 points of damage.
You're the one that hit him before as well, right, Ansel?
I am, yes.
Yeah, just checking. Yeah, 6 points of damage. Excellent.
So, because that's a full round action, a full round attack rather, I am going to emit my Dreadful Wrath.
Ooh. What have they got to do?
Everything in 20 foot, which is both the ogres nearby,
Yep.
needs to do a will DC 16 save. Will save. DC.
Well,
The one in front of me is -2 as well.
that one is a fail.
Good.
The one in front of Obsidian, rather sadly, rolls higher than that on the die. Fortune is on his side, so he doesn't
Sorry,
fail.
Obsidian, I tried.
So the one in front of you, that's Ogre 1. He's already suffering from negatives. What does he get now?
He's now at -4 to attack saves and checks and -2 to weapon damage.
Gotcha.
So he's shaken and sickened.
Understood. Excellent. Anything
I'm
else on
gonna
your
take 5
turn,
foot
Ansel?
Back. That's it.
That one is next, and got sort of bumped by Silaster, but Ansel's the one that did him the pain, so he's just gonna go "Rah!" and just slam down as hard as he can. AC
17. Hoping the -4 saves me.
the -4 is something that contributes to your saving, certainly, as the big club just slams. What is it like when you're not there?
It's just he's basically making intense eye contact, and the thing, as it swings, it takes a moment of hesitation just before it brings the club down, and in that moment, Ansel reads where he's about to go, and he just turns to the side, and the club, just in front of him, slams into the ground.
Amazing. Really good work. The second one has just been swatting at this hand and just goes just looks with its dull eyes across the bridge and just sees bing Silaster just appear out of nowhere, and he goes and just goes for you. Does the hand get attacks of opportunity?
No. Literally just for delivering spells. It can't flank and it doesn't get attacks of opportunity.
Just goes boom, 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 and I believe also technically has a flank there. So Silaster, armor class.
16 because I charged.
Rushes forward, but instead of bringing the club down, it's like a sideways swipe as he just smashes into you, Silaster. Brace yourself, my friend. That's almost as bad, but not quite. "19 points of bludgeoning damage, Silaster. As this thing just sails down and just smacks you. You hear something snap. Was it the branch? Was it you? All you feel is blinding pain as you almost like reel over the edge of the bridge from the impact. It's giving this sort of awful, hungry look at you as it prepares its next attack. Obsidian, it's your turn.
Right. Well, I want to cast and then run away.
Okay.
Problem is, casting provokes attacks of opportunity when it's in range. Unless you cast defensively, and I can't remember the rules, you need to do a concentration check to cast defensively.
Is it on that sheet we have? Because I have that
Casting
open.
on...
Yes.
Casting on the defensive is a DC.
Concentration checks. Is it on? Casting defensively. 15 plus the level of the spell being cast. That's the concentration check.
16. So it's DC 17. Oh man, this could go wrong, and I don't cast anything because I can't concentrate. Or it could go wrong, and he gets an attack of opportunity.
Yeah, either way, give it a go. Give it a go.
I don't know whether it's worth.
But you doing the concentration check will commit you to the casting, won't it? Because that's you doing it.
The problem is, if I run away and cast, he'll get an attack of opportunity.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
If I stand still and cast, he'll get an attack of opportunity.
This at least gives you an option.
Gives you a chance.
Yep.
Because he could kill me very easily.
Mm-hmm.
That was a way more than half my health.
He didn't crit
could
you,
take
but
a
like
5-foot
he was one off max damaging you with
you
a
could take
giant.
a 5-foot step, and that would take you out of his range. But you couldn't move further.
No, you can't take a 5-foot step and then move.
No, that's
If you
not
take a
right.
5-foot
Take a 5-foot
step,
step and then
that would
cap,
be it.
but you wouldn't be able to move.
Yeah, no moving afterwards though.
Okay, I'm gonna try and do the concentration check.
Come on.
Come on, baby.
DC 17.
Oh, thank God.
Hey, killed him.
Like swings and
But I
goes to
am
attack
ready.
you.
So I do a cast before I move.
Mhm.
It is a second level spell. Can he please do a will? DC 19.
Wow. That is a fail.
Nice. So he becomes frightened. As I cast scare. So I imagine something incredibly scary just bursts out of me and forms in front of him, but I don't know what it is. Only he does, I imagine. Frightened. A frightened creature flees from the source of its fear as best it can. If unable to flee, it may fight. A frightened creature takes a -2 penalty on all attack rolls, saving throws, skill checks, ability checks. There's a bunch of stuff to it, but if it can run away from me, then it will, which I think it can.
Easy, yeah.
Which is awesome, because I will now move just there. He's going to run away anyway, so we're good. Just there. I'm good. That's me. Thank God.
It will use its turn to get away from you. Does it have to just move away from you?
It just says... A frightened creature flees from the source of its fear as best as it can, and I am the source of its fear as I cast it, so yeah.
So he's just out of the fight then, I guess. He's just going to run.
Depends how long he's afraid for.
For as long as the spell lasts, which is 1 round per level.
Okay, so he might.
Or 1 round, that's if he made the save. But yeah, so 1 round per level. So for 5 rounds. He wants to run away from me on it'll be on his turn though, so.
Which it is now his turn, so he is doing that. That's his normal movement. But he... Yeah. Yeah, I guess it is fair that he's just going to keep going, so that provokes attacks of opportunity from...
My bumhole was doing that.
No, it doesn't. You're not in range. Neither of you are in range, so... and lands right next to you where your hand is. So he's like, "Brrr!" as he rushes away. That's his turn. We're back to the top of the round.
My club happy friend.
Silaster.
Well, Silaster's new stance will come out another day. He swift actions and loses his assassin stance and puts on his Child of Shadow. I mean, he's not flanking, so yeah. Let's see if we get the most chance instead. I will. Okay. I'll take a 5-foot step to here.
Scared the shit out of me. I was like, what the shit?
Yes. Good to hear it again. So yes, I took a 5-foot step, and then I'm going to. I'm going to do my shadow blade technique. So straight hand, shadow across it, and I attempt to. No, I'm not. I'm a fool. Sorry, I actually need to. I was here. I need to tumble to here. So that's.
We believe in you.
You're only leaving one creature's threat range.
Only one creature's threat range, so it's DC 15. I think you can just do it, can't you?
I can just do it, yeah.
Yeah. So you just roll.
I get to here. That activates my Child of Shadows. Then I get my Shadow Blade technique. As I jab really quickly into his gut, I get to roll twice and pick the best. Let's just do this. I'm going to take 17, which gives me 26 on
As
the
a
attack.
hit. Ops.
That's excellent. That means I do a bit of extra cold damage. I'm sorry, that's meant to be one.
What a strange roll.
Yeah, that's a strange roll, Michael.
I'll do it again. Be in there. I just said 18 plus 4 plus 1, which would have been nice. 8 points of damage in total.
Oh
as
my
I
goodness.
jab very quick into his gut.
Okay, yeah, you slam into him, he goes, "Whoa!" As
I'm
you
rolling so many 2s today. Look,
prop
2,
up.
2,
You are,
previous
yeah.
2, 2s.
That's the number. It goes in pain as you slam into him. Anything else on your turn, Silaster?
I moved, I attacked. That's it for the moment.
Ansel.
We are going to take a 5-foot step backwards.
Yep. Zip. Cry zips around behind you.
And then we're going to cast a spell.
Okay.
We are going to cast Cause Fear. So the ogre in front of us will need to perform a will save. The
He'll do his
DC
best. Yep.
is, I want to say 50. He's at -4.
He's at -4 on saves already, which addles his mind into abject failure.
Okay, so for 3 rounds, he's frightened, which is on top of his shaken. So for 3 rounds, he's not only frightened, he's actually panicked.
Oh my god. Yeah, he's going. He's going.
Yeah, so
these guys are just going to
Ansel
run
saw
away
what
from you.
Gideon
It gives a panic and backs away. But is there anything else on your turn, Ansel?
I will then, I guess I'll try and curse the blue ogre.
Yeah, by all means.
He's the only one not running away. Let's try and fuck him up a bit. DC 16 will save from him, please.
That's on the die. He succeeds that, unfortunately.
No worries, he's immune to my curse for 24 hours.
Gives a guttural growl at you. Anything else?
Yeah, that's it. He's doing okay, but his 2 friends are literally shitting
Yeah,
themselves.
there. And speaking of, a bit of poo comes out as he turns around and runs.
I will. Oh wait, no. If he's just fleeing, he doesn't provoke an attack opportunity.
Ogre poops.
withdrawing. So.
There must be a difference between panicked and fear. Hold on. Afraid, rather. It's worse than...
Panic
they must drop
is-
anything they're holding and flee at top speed.
So boom, tree lands on the bridge. Off he goes.
The top speed, as well as any other danger that counts. Oh, along a random path?
Oh well, sorry.
But no, that's it's got to go directly away from me because it's still trying to flee from me.
100%. That's the way he wants to go. So he begins running across the bridge. Boom, 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 boom. As he legs it. That's Ogre 1's turn. As he runs. Man, there's only one of them really in the fight currently. He is injured, but he isn't cursed, and he isn't negative, and he isn't frightened. He is just going to summon every ounce of strength he has to... Can he 5-foot step you? No, he can't. So he's just going to surge forward to there before he makes his attacks. At you, Silaster, AC.
18, but there's a mischance.
Swings the club at your mischance. He rolls a D100.
Hey!
What is it like as he just goes vroom and swings this mighty overhead swing at you, but you're not there?
Yeah, everything just slows down. It's like life coming before his eyes, and he just quicker than as his just like life-saving reflexes here, just moves out of the way, leaving this after image behind him, which is what gets ripped.
Boom! Shockwave runs through the ground as the attack lands short. That was his turn. Obsidian.
I will point at the one that is trying to hit Silaster. On his touch armor class, I will do a ranged touch as I hold out my hand, and a pale green ray shoots towards him. Oh, shit it. 7 on his touch armor class.
Just lops over his shoulder. It's not through any skill of it just goes over him. You know, he's too busy trying to hit Silaster.
Well, I shan't move or do anything else, but as a free action, I will quaff a Cure Moderate Wounds potion. Take that off my list.
Plus 10.
Why does my dice thing keep disappearing? Very annoying. 2d8 plus 10.
As you're rolling that
You
one as well.
absolute herd of a roll. I mean, the odds
I know
of
your
that.
pain.
Yeah,
It's 1 in 6 people, right?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 30. As he just stampedes away from the battle. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. He is on his way out of there. We're back to the top of the round. Silaster, you've vanished in front of this ogre's eyes before reappearing next to him. What do you do?
Ooh.
Kill him.
Just kill him. Just
no.
straight up kill him.
Flanking, so yeah,
Flank him, flank him, flank him.
Do the
can't
thing
flank
when you hit
Yeah,
him.
in a minute you can do.
I move 10 feet behind him, maintaining my chart of shadows, and this time, I went for this now. I'm just literally jumping up and attempting to deliver just the bottom of my hand, slamming into his back. Let's see what happens. If I can get... There we go, 22 to hit.
22 is a hit.
Oh, yes. This is a beautiful mountain hammer.
Hey.
Whoa.
Strength of the mountain.
16 points of damage.
Oh my god. Hang on.
Bang!
And that was to number 2.
Yeah. Right in the back.
His butt.
Still standing. He goes like staggers forward, like blistering with pain and discomfort from the strike, and sort of like rears up and gives like a bellowing, a roar that shakes the bridge, it shakes the trees around you. This is the roar of an ogre that's ready to die to bring you harm. Ansel, it's your turn.
I'm going to take a 5-foot step, and Pride's going to come with me. And then I'm going to try and fuck him up with a scythe.
Okay.
That's an 11.
13.
That's a
13.
13, but it's still a miss, unfortunately. You swing the side, but it just sparks off one of the rocky mottle bits of his shoulder.
However, it still invokes my dreadful wrath, so he needs to do a will save DC 16 or be
So he's immune,
of
but
me.
he's immune to your curse, is that right?
He's immune to my curse, not my
Not your thing, gotcha.
Intimidating.
Just checking. DC?
16.
He's on this. He rolls higher. Unfortunately, he is able to resist the power. This one ogre resists where all others have failed.
He is immune to my fear as well as my curse.
There you go. Like I say, he's ready to die. That was your turn, Ansel. Ogre 1.
He's got one more turn after this of being panicked. If you
Okay, so
keeping track.
I am, and he. So he is off. Yeah, so he's got to use half. He's got to use a movement action to get back onto the map. But we'll leave him there for now, so I can grab him. So yeah, you just see him as becoming like just a shape in the distance. You'll inevitably encounter on the way down the road because that's the way you're going, which just makes it really awkward. That's his turn. Ogre 2 is just going mental. Mike, roll me a d4. 1 and a 2, he's going to go for you. 3 and a 4, he's going for Ansel because you're both annoying targets. Sorry, so that's mischance still. You didn't move.
Yep.
It is a mischance.
Yes.
Did you move enough?
Yeah, I went from here 2 spaces to there. So
Gotcha.
I've moved the minimum 10 feet.
Okay, oh, it's 10 feet. Sorry, I do apologise. Right, okay. Yeah. So he swings at you, has the potential to hit you. He knows
18.
where you are.
That's possibly a critical, isn't it, by that look?
Critical.
I know that look.
I've seen it before.
I've seen that look before. Let's confirm. Sorry, your AC is 18, right?
18.
That is a hit. Just a hit.
So it's... Oh,
Just. You won't believe. You will not believe. You will not believe your luck. He could kill you. Why have I put that dice away?
Kill you.
He could kill you.
We got that.
God's sake. Oh. "21 points of bludgeoning damage."
still standing.
He sees where you are, and he just sort of like takes a long moment to scrutinise, and you're ready, and it's just like this sudden, violent outburst from just this giant creature with nothing to lose now, just smashes into you, and blood just arcs across the bridge, painting it. I'm guessing you look quite bad. Come on,
I do
Ogre
look quite
2.
bad.
I really root for this guy. Obsidian, it's your turn.
You bastard. But you're our friend.
How is this ogre looking, by the way, damage-wise?
Real
Is he
bad,
taking
yeah.
a bunch
Like
of hits?
he's looking like he's ready to go. You know, like this is
Bastard's
a
been
last
kicking his ass.
outburst. Yeah, basically.
Alaska's got
The cornered
one
animal.
last trick up its sleeve, but We'll see.
We'll see.
The arachnids could turn up.
No, I wasn't thinking of summoning arachnids, luckily for you. Oh no, that doesn't help me with that description. I need to know the save. Okay. Okay, good. So the spectral hand will whiz up and just try and just grab him on the shoulder like that. So it's a touch attack initially. 16 on his touch.
Is hit.
Lovely. Now, can he please do a DC 19 will save?
Yes, of course. He rolls a 2.
Jeez, amazing. So he will take 1 point per caster level. So that's 15 points of damage from an inflict moderate wounds. I do a negative bunch of damage to him with an inflict.
How much again, sorry?
15.
How do you completely sap away his health? Half of his health, actually.
Oh, I mean, amazing. So the hand rushes forth, and the hand basically like comes forward and grabs the back of his head, pushes through his head, but his own face seems to just come out as spectre form and just like is yanked from his body. The hand kind of ends up over here, and the spirit just drifts off like sand between the fingers.
And yeah, he just like falls to his knees and then just buckles over. The side of the bridge cracks as he topples to the side there and lays motionless.
And then the hand, after doing that, turns around and gives both of you a thumbs up.
Very cool. That was Obsidian's turn.
The driest, sloppiest hand kill.
Yeah, that was
I was ready there.
Sloppiest, handiest.
That was
handiest,
sloppy.
sloppiest. This one is also gone. So it's up to you, really. Like
Obsidian's sloppy hand.
1, 2. So 10 to get. Okay, yeah. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Okay. He's on his way and is effectively gone. These two are effectively defeated.
Are they, though? Because, I mean, in a couple of rounds, they're going to want to run straight back in,
Yeah.
and we're going that way.
Yeah. Do you want to?
I reckon, yeah, let's step forward. The hand
Skip
will
forward
stay
2
a bit longer. Let's just wait.
Well, I mean, Celeste, if we're just doing that, it's going to take a couple of potions. But
Take a couple of potions,
1,
man.
2,
Prepare
yeah.
yourself. I will take another cure light. I've only got 2 of those left now.
7.
Ogres are easily spooked, but they'll return in the same numbers.
Exactly the same numbers.
Right, back at full.
We will say then, just for ease, that they both. One obviously runs out quicker, and then the other one's got another 2 rounds. So in total, you have 3 rounds in which to do your preparations. So 3
we can
rounds
see
of
we can see them approaching.
Yes.
Lovely. So I didn't want to move that far forward if you guys aren't. I still want to be at the back. In that case, Mr. DM, I'm going to summon using my last. This is my last level 2 spell.
Well, we're still in round order. I think that was 3 going. We go for Silasta first.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll still
Oh,
use
are
initiative
we-
order to determine what you're doing with
Yeah,
your
no,
time
of
off.
course,
Yeah.
for sure.
Okay, so in this round, I'm taking some adaptive style to reassign my maneuvers.
Okay, Ansel.
Yeah, if they're still running, there's not really anything I can do, so I can't get close enough to hit them.
Yeah,
So,
I'm just
yeah,
gonna
I'll just
say in that end the time. Yeah. Okay. Anything else?
So, just once they're back within 60 feet, that's when I'm going to start.
Okay. And Obsidian.
So, I don't know how far down the side was. You said it was about 20 feet.
20 feet, yeah,
right. I would like just. Are you guys going to step further forward, right? Like, because the range is a bit funky. You had this, didn't you? Because they were throwing javelins. The range is what on a javelin, Rob? Because they were using.
Oh well, I mean, their range is slightly further because of the fact that they're massive. I was saying that they could throw their javelins, their speed, I believe.
Range, I think. Well, I think it's 30 feet standard. The thing I'm summoning is.
I was doing it normally.
So that's. If I summon it here, can't really throw very far. That's fine. I'm going to summon it right behind me. So basically, I reach into the earth and reach up, and a bugbear zombie will come bursting out of the floor. Only this one has a really big, furry, curled mustache. And really perfectly coiffed hair. It's like Teen Wolf, but with the big curly mustache, as it appears. And it has a few weapons that it can use, but it has a javelin ready to throw.
There is definitely
for when the minute one of them comes into range.
There he is. He's got nice hair, this one as well.
If you've got the same bugbear that I do, then yes, he does. Yeah, you do. So
I'll give you control. Then you can put him where you want. Hang on a second. I can't seem to select him now. There we go. I'll give you control in a moment.
Feeling control.
Wait, I'm set it.
Feeling.
Oh.
You should have control.
I'm feeling control. Actually, I'll raise him literally there. So he is a zombie. You can see he has that glazed look in his eye, but as with the other zombie you summoned, he looks really well preserved, really, really made up. He's got some makeup on to make him look a bit more alive, and he's just perfectly coiffed hair-wise and everything.
Amazing.
And ready to throw. Depending on... I summon him in the first round of our waiting time, so I can have him ready the action to throw as soon as one's in range.
Amazing. We'll just say, for the purposes of what we're doing, is there anything else you want to prepare? You can just do it before they arrive.
No.
Okay. In that case, then, here they come. So, we will say that they've arrived back from their fleeing. And we'll go from the top of the round. So they're both
Here
there.
They come to wreck the day.
This one is without a club now, remember? But back they come all the same. Silaster. Can you hear me?
Yes, sorry, I was just...
You were so still, I thought I was certain you'd frozen. You were like...
You need to be so still. Silaster... My scar. Dons his Cloak of Deception, and invisibly moves to there. Yes. That's it for now. But he's invisible, he ran there.
Ansel.
I will ready a Eldritch Blast at the point which the this one, I think, comes into 60-foot range of me.
Okay, and we're going into Ogre 2's turn then in that case.
Yeah, it's Ogre 2.
Sorry, Ogre 1. Ogre 1. Ogre 2 was the one that valiantly was slain. Ogre 1.
Ogre 1.
This is Ogre 1. Who looks pretty rough himself. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. It's just going to overrun Silaster because he doesn't know he's there. So,
can I? Is he charging?
Is he charging? Is he in range of charging? that was 30, and then... Yeah, he was.
Then I would like to countercharge, if that's okay, please. As he's running over me.
Boom, charging.
And because I readied an action to target him as soon as he came into range before that.
So, Ansel, you do your targeting first, and then Silaster, you can go.
It also might help Silaster. 11 on his touch.
Hits. Just.
Oh.
Ping, slams
Yeah,
into his side.
5 points of damage, and he needs to do a DC 15 Fortitude save.
Oh my god.
He's at -4 currently for saves.
Yeah. What was the damage? 5.
The other stuff lasts.
Ooh. Sorry, the save. What was the DC?
15, sorry.
That's a fail.
Yeah, so he's at -6 to attacks, saves, and checks, and he's at -4 to weapon damage.
But then you strike him as he's charging, but then, from nowhere, Silaster, your action is triggered as well.
Yeah, so we have to do an opposed dex roll here.
Right, well, he's at -6 to that check.
And I get a plus because he's larger than me.
And it can be dex, you can choose.
I get to choose if it's strength
Yep.
or dex for
Okay.
both of us. I choose dex.
Okay,
15.
okay. It's still not enough, you succeed.
Excellent. I throw him off the bridge to the left. I literally, as he's running, he's being wounded. I then push him invisibly over the edge.
My bugbear would have thrown its javelin just before you threw him because he came into range literally just before you lobbed him off. Look, and it was readied.
Okay. Make your attack.
It probably won't hit
He
anyway.
is mid-air as you throw the javelin.
The bugbear got a 20 on the attack.
That is a hit.
On his armor class. Amazing. Has lobbed its javelin. It does 5 points of damage. Also.
Has that killed him?
Oh my god, tell me that that's a mid-air slop, because...
No, it's not. He has,
That would be a slop. That would be a blue ball.
He has 1 point of HP. The javelin slams into his shoulder as Silaster. He can't not die from the fall. What does it look like as you hurl him to his demise?
I was hoping for like the lowest of the lows.
You are one off.
He's been
New
blasted, he's been javelin shot, and then invisibly, as he's staggering in this charge, I just use the momentum to kind of swing behind him and just push him over the edge.
Oh my goodness.
Boom, and continues the charge, battered over and down.
And he hurtles down, and where the javelin is in, like he lands on it, so the javelin drives it into him, but gets driven into him further as he slams into the ground. Boom!
How did you just throw an ogre?
Momentum.
Judo, man. Judo.
And thanks to Ansel's amazing tricks of just robbing him of basically any successful roll when it comes to a check. Slams into the ground. That was
Awesome.
his turn.
So that was.
But triggered all of the readied actions, which now leads us on to Obsidian. You didn't do a readied action, did you? Your bugbear did.
The bugbear did, I did
So
not.
it's your turn.
So Obsidian,
What do you do?
the hand rushes forth and goes for just a simple touch.
Fun fact, he is untouched, this guy.
14 on his touch armor class.
I spoke too soon. That's a hit.
Oh, well, he takes 2 points of negative energy damage. Rubbish.
But he's clearly focusing on other things. Anything else?
Literally, the hand rushes forward and just flicks one of his testicles. Just a little, as he's running forward.
That's so horrible.
As he feels the pain, the hand is also like...
Yeah, it's always like...
Do you think
like
that's
it is
serious?
when you get a little jab. Yeah, it's a delayed, like... Ow!
Oh!
Hurts in his bladder a little bit. You know?
Oh my god.
Ooh.
But yeah, no, Obsidian doesn't do anything else. That's my turn.
That was weirdly the most painful attack of the encounter.
2 pints of ball flick.
It is now his turn, and he goes, "Blah, blah, blah," being the leader of the ogres, and having seen, it not be that successful, he's just going to charge through it. And he's just going to go for the first person he could see.
Who's invisible?
Oh, you're still invisible, aren't you?
Oh yeah.
Is he able to charge?
Definitely can't see.
No. But he has a javelin, so he's going to do that. So he's going to move to there. Oh, and he sees that bugbear as well. Roll a d4 for me, please, Matthew. 1, it's Ansel. 2, it's bugbear. 3, it's you. Reroll on a 4.
It's the bugbear.
Bugbear. What is the bugbear's AC as he hurls the javelin towards him?
Amazing. That is exactly what we wanted it to be. The bugbear's armor class is 16.
That is a hit. The javelin soars through the air. Massive javelin as it is, I might remind you. That does a lot. That does 12 points of piercing damage. I imagine not all of it goes
Pierce my bugbear on a spike.
through on a spike. Straight through the bugbear.
Yeah, it does go through the bugbear, and the bugbear kind of reacts to it, but it's a quick reaction, and then it's ready to go again, as you would with firing anything as a zombie. It just goes straight through him, and it just stays there.
Amazing.
The bugbear just has a javelin through it, but is ready to carry on.
And we're
In
back.
fact, the bugbear now has a javelin.
He does.
That's right.
Yeah, why not? Silaster, we're back to the top of the round. It's your turn.
Oy, oy, oy. Right, so let's get rid of that invisibility.
Boom.
And nah, this is not the time to try my new stance. I'll drop back into Child of Shadows and maneuver my way behind him. And I am going for... Let's try another mountain hammer as I run behind him. With the back of my hand to his back. Oh, for fuck's sake.
That is a
Bounces
miss.
off his thick hide.
You rush him, but it does not affect him.
You accidentally turn your hand at the last second, and it turns into like a chop.
Ooh.
To be fair, Silas's chops in the past have been pretty gnarly. Little chop to the throat. Oh, accidentally decapitated.
Yeah.
Oops.
Silaster's on off day, apparently. Most of his rolls have been
Yeah.
weird.
It's been rough, man.
That's it.
Okay, well, in that case, then we move over to Silaster.
Again? Excellent.
Oh, not Silaster, Ansel. Silaster, let's just go again.
I'll take it.
So Ansel is going to move forward just to try and split the attention of the ogre a little.
Oh, okay.
And fire an eldritch sickening blast at the creature.
Oh, my goodness.
A 13 on its touch.
13 on its touch is a hit. Roll it up.
4 points of damage and fortitude save, please.
Of.
DC 15, sorry.
That's a success.
He is not sick, but he is.
Wait, -2. He's on -2 to checks, but that was when he was frightened, right?
Yes, he would be
Yeah,
over
he's
that now.
fine. He's fine. And then in that case, anything else on your turn?
Nope.
Okay, so that was Ansel.
I'm in
That
trouble.
ogre is no more. I'm just using something. Bear with me one moment. Okay. Apologies. I just had to bring something up. There we go. So, Ogre 1 was slain. Ogre 2 is also slain. Obsidian, it's straight to your turn.
Well, first the bugbear will move to there.
Bugbear will move to there.
But that's all it can do because it is a zombie and can't do more than one thing per turn.
Slumps forward.
I will move to there so that I am still furthest away and will once again attempt to fire off a ray as a sickening green beam fires from my hand and absolutely that can actually fumble, can't it? Because it's a ray. So we'll try again on his touch. It's a 7 on his touch. That's a fumble. So whatever that means.
Right. So what was the spell?
Ray of Enfeeblement.
Yeah, that's a tough one because you've got 3 targets in front of you that isn't him that you could affect with that spell. One,
not sure how
2
that affects zombies.
Well, probably not much. Raven Feeblement probably won't affect him actually. So hope you roll a 2.
I don't. Yeah, because I don't think you can drain undead.
No. So
well, let's
1
hope
it's
it hits the
Ansel,
zombie.
2 it's the zombie, 3 it's Silaster. Reroll on a 4.
Oh,
No,
man.
4 you shoot yourself.
Oh no, I can roll a.
Or you shoot yourself.
Always make that an option.
That's fair. So 1 it. Say
One
one
is
more time.
Ansel.
One is
Ansel.
Silaster. Sorry, one is
one is
Ansel,
Ansel.
2 is zombie, 3 is Silaster, 4 is yourself.
Oh, I clicked it and it didn't do anything.
Of
3.
course. Oh, bloody course.
It flies under its elbow and strikes Silaster hard.
Then
You got me with
my
slot.
roll.
You got me on a fumble.
The ray of enfeeblement racks you. Roll it up, Obsidian.
Does maximum damage. Oh no! You take 8 points of strength damage. Oh my god!
Oh,
How long does that last?
That will.
Per level, isn't it? One
that
per
lasts
level,
for
or
1 minute per level.
1 minute per level. Oh, that's alright.
I go. Oh.
You watch as this shambling, enervated husk shambles from behind the
It's because
ogre.
I was aiming for his balls again, and it went straight between his legs. It just gets gets Silaster in the leg.
You'll be
Silaster,
pleased
you
to
are
know,
right.
my strength now matches my charisma. I'm on -3.
Oh my
God.
god.
My
You're,
my
just-
strength is 4.
you're just a weirdo. There we are.
Sorry about that.
Oh my god. Amazing. Racked to almost ruin this shambling
been
creature
worse.
behind the ogre. Emerges, but it isn't his turn just yet. It is ogre. It's the last ogre. Again. See, I could really play this now and just go oh, I know he's weak, I can just go for him, but I'm going to do it fairly. So, roll a d4 for me again, Michael. 1 for Silaster, 2 for Ansel, 3 for Zombie. I guess he can't really go for Obsidian without going for the others, so re-roll on a 4. 3 is the Zombie. He charges forward directly at the Bugbear Zombie. And just welts at him with a... I'm pretty sure that's going to hit. That's a 22 to hit the Bugbear Zombie. Yeah, okay. Why Ross?
I thought it had come up backwards on the camera, so I wrote it backwards.
Oh.
I actually wrote it backwards. Reverse
that is
Strike
21 points of bludgeoning damage to the zombie.
So it takes 16 then, which is still pretty hefty, but it has got a fair amount. It's got a fair amount of hit points. We're good.
We're back to the top of the round. Silaster, you have been just drained of all strength. Just to move, just to draw breath is an effort. What do you do?
Silaster, he can see what's happening in front of him. He's like, you know what? I'm nimble. Let's see. I can do let's just do what we can. Take a free 5-foot step as I drop into my assassin stance. The smoke moves my bodies into my eyes.
Run away. Run away.
It's okay for now. What happens, Silaster, instead of going for an attack, looks like he almost goes into almost like a form of Tai Chi, because he's not using his strength now, he's using movement. As he goes and attempts to go for an attack on the kind of like the base of the spine of the ogre. So I need to make a concentration check against his armor class.
Okay.
This hasn't worked for me in the past.
Okay.
Please, work for me now. Does 24 beat his armor class?
It does.
Okay, I technically strike him flat-footed at this point. And with weapon finesse, so there's no strength on
it makes no difference.
20 to hit flat-footed?
Oh, right. So is that you attacking his flat-footed armor class?
Yes.
Well, it's the same as his normal armor class, so that's a hit.
Yes. What actually happened, because I did the concentration check beforehand, I catch him flat-footed. And when I catch him flat-footed in this maneuver, I get to do more damage. But because of my assassin stance, I also get sneak attack.
Nice. Roll it up. Roll it up, because he's barely taken any damage. "15 points of damage." His Tai Chi Silaster comes out and does hang on.
palm to the back of the spine.
How much, sorry?
15.
Hang on. Have I done this right? I need to... I'm so sorry. I need to do this. I don't know why that isn't... I'm so sorry. Like, I just wanted to check that, and now it's totally... I've totally confused the numbers, so bear with me 1 second. And it was definitely 15.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, you slam it into him, and he gives a roar with pain. But he stands still.
That's okay.
Anything else on your turn?
No, that was just a kind of a place to the back of his body. Bit of kind of force in there, but nothing with exerted pressure.
The strike is significant, and you watch it, like, as you slam into it, it wobbles, like, it's almost like it's got vertigo on the bridge. Like, blood is pouring out of, like, many wounds all across it. Ansel, it is your turn.
Ansel's going to move up to support Silaster, because he can see that he doesn't look as strong as usual.
What's wrong with you?
So with flanking, he's going to swing the scythe around. 21 to hit.
It's a hit.
He does 4 points of damage.
Ansel, how do you kill the ogre?
So I
Loved
think,
it.
because of how Silaster has done most of the damage there in one hit, he's like knocked him forward. It just happens that as Ansel's stepping forward, he swings the scythe around, and it's the ogre getting knocked forward straight into the spike of the scythe. And it's purely the timing of the two strikes together that brings the ogre down, and then I don't feel quite so bad about the sloppy seconds.
Just falls sideways, smashes through the banister of the bridge, and tumbles. BAM! The earth shakes as the ogre hits the ground and is no more. Congratulations, you have defeated the ogres of the bridge. The battle is over, silence falls, and
You know, it can put you in quite a bad mood when you're living under a bridge for too long.
It can. There's something weird about this bridge as well. Like, Silas, there's something. Are you feeling okay? Something just came over you. Like,
Celasta just throws you a look.
magical bridge.
Another
must
punch
be,
because he's not strong enough.
He will be in 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
5
time.
minutes is enough time to run.
Kick my ass.
Ooh, don't hurt me.
Yeah, I'm very sorry because that was like I was giving it everything. He like a full 8 points there. Like, yeah, in revenge for the amount of like damage he did to me in the first place. But it just so happened that I aimed low. Sorry.
You know, when you seek revenge, often you and your friends are the ones that hurt the most.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that is the message. That is the message from that. I think that's what we're learning. So, Silaster.
Silasta really hasn't got the strength to shrug or do very much at this point. He's just like,
He's not even got the strength to raise his shoulders.
I'll drive the rest of the way, right?
Silasta
Just chill.
kind
Just
of
chill in
collapses onto the
chill in the
bridge
wagon.
because he can barely stand. He slumps here.
Oh my
He
god.
hasn't really got the strength to talk either, but he just kind of throws his eyes at you.
-3. Well, I mean that is. I think that's a lesson for us all. Don't
It
mess
took all
with
his
me,
energy
ever.
just to hit him in the back there, but
As you're about to sort of like retaliate or perhaps some more violent thoughts enter your mind, Silaster, I'll ask each of you to just give me a search check if you fancy.
Search.
Yeah. I am far too concerned with my friend. Obviously.
I have no ranks in search, but I do get an 18.
Well done. You.
So your comments about the bridge and living under the bridge are the thing that maybe like make you look under there, Ansel. You look into almost blissful shadows that are cast by this bridge, and you look at the hollow in the gully that the third ogre had been sat in. You see that there is a little, I say little for ogres, den, big for you guys. Inside, they have accrued 500 gold pieces from the many different travellers that has fallen victim to them in this wild part of the world. So 500 gold pieces, and
166 each.
I'd like you each to roll a d100 because they have also taken some other choice items off travellers. What those are, we shall discover now. Ansel, you found the hollow, so you can go first. D100, please.
Yeah, so Ansel's like, it's actually not that bad down there.
If you'd like to roll a d100.
55.
55, okay. What is that? A screaming bolt. I don't know what a screaming bolt is, but we shall find out.
It just sounds like a novelty item.
It does.
screaming bolt with cry. Oh,
Right, so this is a crossbow bolt, I believe. One of these +2 bolts so it is a crossbow bolt, screams when fires, and forces all enemies in the wider area within 20 feet of the path of the bolt to succeed on a DC 14 will save or become shaken. So everything that bolt flies past, you don't have to hit anyone with it, becomes shaken.
Time to get hand sword crossbow.
Pretty cool.
So, pretty cool.
My kobold zombie can
we
fire
could give
a
it to your
crossbow.
kobold.
Yeah. That's a good idea.
Just keep it in the party loot.
Yeah,
though,
just type in
until-
Screaming Bolt. We'll
the
be able to
time
add the
comes.
description later. Obsidian, do you want to go next? D100?
Silester, please. After you.
Alastair is still making his way over the bridge. You please go first, Obsidian.
This is
All
going
right.
to take him a while.
We'll wait until you're feeling a little bit better, yeah? I get a 2.
A 2? Ooh, okay.
2. 2 out of 100.
Okay.
This crap thing, right? I'll have this, Silester, and you take...
I don't know what that is. Do you just want to re-roll? I don't think that's going to be relevant, I'm afraid.
72.
Oh, you got a potion of mage armor. That's useful.
That is very useful.
As the standard spell.
I'll just put that in the shared loot for now, until we decide where it goes.
And finally, Silester.
66, struggling to lift the die.
My dice are heavy.
Can you roll another D? Oh no, hang on, sorry. Hang on. Is that one? Yeah, re-roll.
31.
Scrolling. This is a potion. A potion of bull strength.
Perfect.
I love it. The irony. Beautiful.
So, yeah, that is what you find in there. And so that was your journey there. I just want to see if we can do the rolls, just so we know what's facing us as we conclude the session. So, if you roll me an evening... Oh, no, sorry, I'll roll the evening roll is what I mean. As you continue on your journey towards Loth, the trade house. Yep, so you're making your way further the river, and you rest for the evening. Silester, I imagine you're able to nurse your wounds or your...
Yeah, the strength damage come back, but again, Silester is just thinking, what is wrong with me? Why am I not focusing? Why can't I... Like, this is... Why am I cracking under pressure, I guess, is what he's thinking. But
Big time.
he's... Mental wounds. He's forgiven Obsidian for the...
Can hardly be
accident.
considered your doing at all, cracking under pressure. I don't think you have cracked under pressure. I mean, you...
Well, that's how Celasta's looking
Well,
at
he
it,
keeps
'cause
thinking
obviously-
that his attacks aren't as effective as he wants them to be. He keeps rolling twos, basically.
Yeah.
I see. Oh, man.
But yes,
we're
I
all
like that
suffering
as a
there.
character thing. That Silester is feeling like, why isn't this working?
I mean,
I haven't got a weapon to blame. It is purely the temper of my fists, so to speak.
yeah.
But again,
But
he's-
dude, I've been practicing the magic and I'm having the same trouble. I tried to fire off 2 single touch things at range and they both failed.
One missed and one
missed and then
also
one got
missed.
badly. I mean, That's my whole thing, man. Like,
That's all right. Celasta, I was just going through Celasta's mind, but
I like it. And yeah, that's sort of
he's forgiven Obsidian.
It's what consumes your thoughts as you close your eyes to your meditations. And you have a peaceful night. The moons shine above you. And it is then, the next day, as you are trundling away, not half a day from Loth, do you encounter a sight before you. You see a collection of people. They appear to be huddled around something on the ground. Each of them wears armor of a specific kind. And one of their number, tallest, most formidable looking, stands after looking at whatever they're crouching on over the floor and begins making his way towards you up the road as you ride forth. The armor is fairly ornate, and a red cape that's been thrown over his shoulder, sort of billows in the wind as he approaches. You opened your mouth, Silasta. Were you going to say something?
As he's approaching, Celasta is going to quaff a Cure Light Wounds potion. He's just going, oh god, no, I'm not ready.
The figure raises a gauntleted hand like that, and Black Whisper and Mr. Nobby just come to a stop. The man is staring at you through like a slit in the visor, removes a helm and says, I am Knight Captain Lanka of the Watch and of the Cudgel of St. Cuthbert.
Ooh.
And that is where we're going to leave our session this evening as the Watch arrive on the scene.
Our shins are in danger.
So, thank you ever so much, my wonderful players. Really, really excellent session, mainly RP heavy, which I really enjoyed. Lots of backstory, lots of investigation, which was really enjoyable to play out, and really good work in that combat. You solved the problem of the they're effectively like the berserker combat encounter, really, isn't it? Just they're coming towards you. What do we do it before they get to us? Which you handled really well. Any thoughts or feelings before we close up, just whilst I sort this out?
Only that it's a shame we won't be playing for another fortnight.
Well, that was what I was going to say. Yeah, so we are sadly not going to be here for 2 whole weeks, which is a shame. But when we do return, we are going to be coming back to a blinder, because not only is Loth in peril, but the fate of our newly named party, the Strangers, will hang in the balance, because they have just encountered probably one of the most dangerous.
Most dangerous to your shins and knees.
The most dangerous guild you might encounter.
Is this a guild that I haven't encountered that you encountered?
I don't think you have. No, this is
I haven't.
So they worship Cuthbert of the Cudgel, and they are all about the Cudgel. Put it that way.
I mean, I know of Saint Cuthbert. I know the deity, but I didn't know.
Well,
okay.
I'll
be curious. We'll have a chat about that.
We'll have a chat. I can't wait. So until then, thank you ever so much for watching. And in the meantime, roll them bones. We still got to work on that. Definitely got to work on that. Roll the bones.
Dom, I have no idea what you're doing, but that's...
I'm rolling the bones, man.
Rolling the bones. Rolling.
Doing something to somebody stood behind me.